experience teaching finance and public policy at prestigious institutions such as Georgia Tech, USA, and ISB. Professor Chakrabarti brings a wealth of knowledge. बहुत लग गया ना पैरे दी आवाज़ बड़ी घट है. Brings a wealth of knowledge to his role. He has authored 10 books and numerous articles in reputed journals. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for Professor Rajesh Chakrabarti. May I please request Professor Chakrabarti to stay on stage for a few more minutes while we invite our guests on stage to welcome them and extend our token of small consideration. और नहीं इतना सौखा नहीं है ना. होता है अशर किथे है? अशर. Sorry. Guest one, Mr. Deepak Makhija, Business Head, Punjab at MR India, with over 20 years of experience in building progressive teams and distribution channels across diverse geographies in North India. He's a distribution specialist from bustling metros to remote rural areas. He has honed his skills through roles at Tata Finance, HDFC Life, and in real estate. Ansel blah blah blah. ये मैं काट देना. Guest अगले हैगे ने संदीप जी, फिर हैगे ने Mr. Charan Lakharaju, founder and CEO, Student Tribe, with 2 decades of experience in retail assets, home loans. ऑडियो ठीक है, जो तो शो ठीक रहेगी तो ठीक है, वरना सब ओके है. मैं लिखने लगी सी थल्ले की अच्छा फिर घर भिजवा दी शाम ਨੂੰ. अच्छा व्हाट डू ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ. ਆਡੀਓ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਖਤਰਨਾਕ ਭੱਠਾ ਬੈਠਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ, ਆਡੀਓ ਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. ਰਿਓ ਪੀਸੀਆਰ ਚ ਹੁਣ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੁੰਜੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ. ਗੁੱਡ ਈਵਨਿੰਗ ਐਵਰੀਬਾਡੀ. ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਸ ਨਾ ਦਿਓ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਚ, ਬਾਕੀ ਸਭ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. और विच माइक ऑफ ही रहेगा या सदा ही ऑन रहेगा? वही पूछ रही हैं कि होगा विच हेलो एलन थापर स्कूल ऑफ मैनेजमेंट. चलो क्या ले रहा है? फिर तेने पार्लियामेंट भी ਵੱਡੇ फटा फुटा तो लाना लग गया.
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ, ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆने का टाइम ਦਾ ਲੈ ਉਹ ਲਾਣੀ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਢਣੀ ਛੱਡੋ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਰਨਾ ਕੁਝ हेलो 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 माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो कट है हेलो 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 दविंदर फिर बना हेलो 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 जीत बात चक दे हेलो 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 मेरे हेलो 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 दविंदर बोली आके हेलो 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 हूँ ठीक है हेलो 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 हूँ फिर बंद होगी हेलो 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 तुम बोल हेलो 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 ठीक है हेलो 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 चेक चेक मैप चेक हेलो 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 बाज बहुत घट है बाज घट है बाज हेलो हेलो ओके ओके हेलो हेलो
hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check, check one. Hello, 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 check.
No, this.
Check, check one. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.
ये नीचे से
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. ये बड़ी टीवी कर देना.
Hello. Mic testing. Hello.
Hello, hello. Okay.
हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो चिक हेलो हेलो टिस हेलो 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 यहाँ से भी आ रहा देख लो हेलो हेलो साथ में तो है चाहे बाहर चले जाओ हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक ये पड़ेगा ना ये वाले तो ऊपर से ऑन हो जाएंगे सिर्फ ये वाला है ना, जो ये वाला ऐसे खोल के ये एक बार दबाना है, ऐसे ऐसे होना, ठीक है जी, ठीक है।
हेलो
हमारे पे टोटल 4 स्टूडेंट्स हैं ना यार। एक तो जीत तुम लाओ, जीत को कहो कि साउंड डालने पे एक मिनट यार। इसको सॉरी है यहाँ पे, इसको साइड में रख सकते हैं लैपटॉप को। ये लैपटॉप या तो यहाँ रख दो साइड में यार। वो निशा ने स्क्रिप्ट रखनी है ना अपने ऊपर। तो व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इज कि दो स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पे रहेंगे, दो वहाँ पे रहेंगे। वहाँ से भी एग्जिट है हमारे साथ। तो फॉर एग्जांपल कि जो होस्ट है मिशा, वो फर्स्ट नाम ले रहे हैं, तो एक आपको एक बंदा साथ के साथ ही बुके लेके स्टार्ट मूविंग है कि मूविंग पे आके यहाँ से दिया। ये लैपटॉप या तो यहाँ से हटा दो। यहाँ पे स्क्रिप्ट रखनी है उन्होंने। और रखना किसी उसी विसिनिटी में कि जहाँ पे हम लगा पाएंगे इसको। ठीक है। आप ही उनको
माइक पर रसल करेगा देखिए करिए इससे पहले कि रिकॉर्डिंग ऑन हो आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबॉडी टू either put your phones on silent or you could just switch them off so that there's no disturbance. Plus it's a good opportunity for the PCR to check the mics before we begin. This good evening is for the PCR. Hope everything is okay. Shall we start? Good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm your host, Misha Bajwa Chaudhary, and we welcome you all to LM Thapar School of Management's initiative, AARAMBH 2024. Once again, we welcome you all to today's discussion on Industry 4.0. We are stepping into a transformative era where advanced analytics, big data, robotics and automation, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and process digitization are shaping the business landscape. According to McKinsey, embracing Industry 4.0 could potentially boost operating profits by 40% with minimal capital expenditure. This phenomenon isn't just a trend, it's a seismic shift that demands our attention and action. Today we delve into not just what Industry 4.0 entails, but also its implications for management education. As industries race to harness these technologies, management education stands at a crucial juncture. It must equip future leaders with the knowledge and skills to navigate this new terrain effectively. Join us as we explore how management education can bridge the gap, empower industries, and drive sustainable growth in this smarter era. Without further ado, let's welcome Professor Rajesh Chakrabarty, Director and Dean, LM Thapar School of Management, on stage to share his insights and kickstart this enlightening evening. Professor Rajesh Chakrabarty, with 2 decades of experience teaching finance and public policy at prestigious institutions such as Georgia Tech, USA, and ISB, Professor Chakrabarty brings a wealth of knowledge to his role. Please put your hands together as we welcome Professor Chakrabarty.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. You know, you have just completed about a week here on campus, and next Monday, that's I guess 72 hours, less than 72 hours from now, you will be starting the program. Now, an MBA is an MBA is an MBA, but that is not wholly true. Every MBA is a little bit different from other MBAs because of the context and the key issues of the times when they go through the program. So when I was an MBA student, the big change in the environment was liberalization. Right? Most of you were not on this planet at that time, but if you delve into not so ancient history, that was a big change in the early 90s. Today, your theme of your program, I mean, it's not the only thing that is going around, but it is most certainly a pretty major thing that's going around is Industry 4.0. It is, I mean, I'll avoid the technical terms here, but I'll say it is a game changer. And frankly speaking, as a management educator, it makes me very, very nervous. The reason why it makes me nervous is because I'm less sure than at any other time about what we should be teaching our students in the 2 years that they're going to spend with us. MBA is a toolkit at the end of the day. It's not a program that is meant to go very deep into certain disciplines, but it's a set of skills together with reflection behind those set of skills to be applied over a career. Now, the confusion that we in academia, in management academia, struggle with today is about exactly what tools should get into that toolkit. Because what Industry 4.0 seems to be telling us is that what you need 5 years down the line, right, of course, don't worry, we are not going to keep you here for 5 years. 2 years you will graduate. But 5 years down the line or thereafter, the skills that you need, the situation that you will be functioning in is probably very, very different from today's. That is probably true at every era. But today, we seem to be totally clueless about how much the world is going to change, in what ways. So it's a little bit of a challenge for educators to figure out what exactly to teach you. But that does not mean that the old skills, the old concepts are going away. There's a saying that more things change, they stay exactly the same. Maybe that is true at a certain core level, and whatever wisdom we have acquired over the last century or several decades about management, about human behavior, about human thought processes are probably not going to change drastically. But technology is going to change things really dramatically. So I'm thrilled that today we have been able to have for you 2 panels and a keynote speaker who are going to delve deep into this question about Industry 4.0 itself, the technical aspects, the management aspects, and about what it is likely to take to excel in the era of Industry 4.0. So thank you very much, and my welcome to the speakers. You will soon get an introduction to them, and they're extremely esteemed people with deep knowledge that is very relevant for all of you here. But what I want all of you to take from this session is not just getting very impressed with a lot of knowledgeable people sharing their thoughts and experience and probably predictions, but more than that, to process it, to start thinking about why Industry 4.0 and the topics that we will discuss or we will hear over the next hour or so, how that's going to impact each of you. And it will impact each of you. The sooner we try to, and those, how exactly it will impact and how it is relevant for your education and your careers, you don't know at this point, we don't know at this point. But it's time to start thinking about them deeply and continuously. So thank you again, and I'll hand it back to take us through the excellent program that we have put together for you now.
Professor Chakrabarty, I would like to request you to stay back on stage with me for a few more minutes while we invite our guests and we welcome them to this prestigious institution. I'd like you to take the center stage, please. While I invite our first guest on stage, Mr. Sandeep Gupta, HDFC Vice President, may I please request you to come on stage. With over 2 decades of experience in retail assets, home loans, Mr. Sandeep Gupta has been a pivotal figure at HDFC Bank. As a business development professional, his expertise spans real estate, mortgages, distribution, and marketing management. जोरदार तालियां होती रहें. And now may I please request Mr. Charan Lakharaju, founder and CEO, Student Tribe, to please come on stage. Mr. Lakharaju is an entrepreneur and influential speaker recognized on Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia 2018. Armed with a BTech from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, he champions as the founder and CEO of Student Tribe, a pioneering student discovery platform. Thank you so much. And now may I please invite on stage our next guest, Major Muhammad Ali Shah. He is a renowned motivational speaker and an internationally recognized TED speaker, holding the record of the highest number of TEDx talks in the world. With a robust background in professional training and coaching, Major Shah is celebrated for his dynamic and inspiring presentations. Huge round of applause and a warm welcome to Major Shah. And now may I please invite on stage Dr. Manmohan Singh. Dr. Singh is a former IPS officer with a distinguished career, including serving as the Special Director of the Intelligence Bureau, Government of India. His expertise in the field of intelligence and security has played a crucial role in national protection. Beyond his illustrious law enforcement career, Dr. Singh is a prolific writer, a novelist, having authored over 20 books. Recognized for his contributions, he has received several honors, including the Sahitya Academy Award and the title of Shromani Sahityakar by the Government of Punjab. Zordar thaliyan. And now may I please invite Dr. Aditi Govitrikar on stage, please. Renowned medical professional and wellness expert, she first gained recognition as a model and an actor, earning the title of Mrs. World 2001, making her the only Indian woman to win this prestigious award. Dr. Govitrikar has earned her MBBS and Grant Medical College from Grant Medical College, Mumbai, and a master's degree in psychology from Harvard University. As a certified wellness coach and integration health practitioner, she blends her medical knowledge with a prolific, holistic approach to well-being. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Chakrabarti. Thank you so much. And now, let's dive right into our first panel discussion. And it is going to be a very interesting one because we all need to understand and try to decode this Industry 4.0. I'm sure you guys are also as curious as I am because I also need to learn a little more about it in a layman term. So let's invite our panelists. I'd like to request Mr. Sandeep Gupta, HDFC Vice President, to please join once again me on stage, and Mr. Charan Lakharaju, founder and CEO, Student Tribe. Could you please join me on stage? Just a moment. And may I also request Dr. Ankit Mahindru, Assistant Professor and Assistant Dean at LMTSM School of Management, to join us on stage, please. Hello, audio check. Yeah. Welcome to all my guests for the panel discussion on preparing for the Industry 4.0. My first question would be to Mr. Sandeep Gupta. Mr. Gupta, what are the implications of Industry 4.0 on the banking workforce, and how can banks upskill or reskill employees?
So switched on. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I hope you all can.
Can you check the mic, please?
My voice is loud enough to.
No, you take the mic.
Yeah. So, good evening, everyone. So, the question which has come to me now is how banking industry is evolving itself in Industry 4.0. So, Industry 4.0, I just want to build a context around this. That let me take back to the days of about 2 decades back, how the banking industry works. I think most of you are the youngsters here. And you might not be aware that about 2 decades back, even for a clearance of a check would take about 2 weeks. To open an account in a bank would take about 7 to 8 days. And that too with lot of verifications from your neighbors and friends. To make a transaction, people have to wait in the queues, and still they were not aware that the transaction would take place or not. So from that era, come back to the today's time, when just at a click of a mouse, when just at your screen of your mobile phone, you can immediately make payments through UPI in seconds. So what happened in banking industry, the watershed movement came through 3 factors. One was the Aadhaar, the other was the Jan Dhan Yojana, which was promoted by Prime Minister Modi, and the third was UPI. Now these 3 events changed the entire dimensions of the banking industry. So let me just take you to what these 3 were. Aadhaar, we are all aware that has become an identity for everyone. For every Indian, that is an identity. Now what Jan Dhan Yojana did good for the industry was, like we got the entire bottom of the pyramid into the banking industry. We were immediately open crores of accounts and get all the segments of the society under the domain of banking. And the third, the most important, the UPI, the Indian innovation, which has got everybody talking around the world, that how come India has got this kind of innovation that even a street vendor, you want to buy a fruit or a vegetable, and with your mobile phone you can make the payment within seconds. And now the other governments, other countries around the world are actually wants us to take that technology forward. So this is the beauty of technology. When we are talking about big data, we are talking about cloud sourcing, we are talking about AI, we are talking about machine learning. End of the day, all these technologies has to make difference in the lives of all of us. So it might sounds like a jargon, technical jargon for most of us, but at the background, when they play that kind of a role, that is the real game changer for any technological development. So now, how banking is embracing this 4.0, Industry 4.0, just about 5 years back, our bank got in one of our branch a humanoid, to greet the customers, to address their basic queries. So that happened in our Bangalore branch when the humanoid was placed. Today, all the transactions are digital. Today, within the turnaround time to open an account is in minutes. today you want to avail a loan, you can get personal loan in 10 seconds. So how come that is possible? 10 seconds? I've not even blinked and I've got money in my bank. This is all backed by all the technological developments which we are talking about. At the back end, banks have embraced AI, machine learning, the entire credit underwriting, where we have a challenge to give a loan. On the face of it, everybody looks good. The income is there. But how can we lend to someone? Whether there is a default happened 4, 5, 10 years back, what about his background check? What is his spending pattern? Whether he'll be able to return the loan or not. The entire thing today, the end-to-end journey is digital. So imagine today, we are talking about, so according to PwC study, in 2027, every day, there are going to be about 100 crores of transactions through UPI daily. 100 crores of transactions through UPI daily. So this is kind of number, humongous numbers are coming your way. So banking industry has embraced technology to every extent possible. There was a time when all of us used to talk about customer service. In management also you must have heard about we should delight the customer. Whenever customer comes, we should. Now, gone are those days of customer service. Technology today has given us a real weapon in terms of customer experience. CX, we always talk about CX. That customer experience, if I elaborate, right from the first touch point, when a customer just thinks about, I'm not talking about walking or making a decision of opening an account or availing any banking service. Just when he started thinking about any banking related thing, the AI, ML and everything comes into place. All of you are into Netflix and Amazon and all. They have done a wonderful work, by the way. If you are searching or browsing anything on internet, you must have observed that very particular thing keeps on coming at your screen. How does that happen? At the background, all these companies are actually recording your behavior and psychological and purchase decisions, everything is tracked down. So based on that, it helps us, sell you the right product to offer you the right service. So this is about connecting all the touch points. The moment you think about availing a service, till the last point of actually you have availed the service. Your customer experience is not actually banking on days. It is real time. If you are not happy about something, within a click of a button, you can put your complaint around. So this is the beauty of Industry 4.0. When we talk about this, actually we are very excited as a banking professional. Like so many opportunities are coming in our industry way.
I have a supplementary question about that
please,
only.
please.
So the question is, one scary part of what you said is they are tracking everything, all right? They are watching every move of us, though it's scary, but technologically it really helped us as well. So the supply question is that what are your suggestions for the students, the business school students who are preparing probably and looking at banking sector? What are your suggestions? How should they prepare to match the standards for Industry 4.0?
Thank you for asking this. This is very close to my heart also. When Professor Rajesh was talking about, so most of you are actually going to start your management journey per se from Monday onwards, from Monday onwards. So, right from 23 years of my banking experience of a working professional, I've also gone through the same journey. So I was very excited to be a part of an MBA school. And then the 2-year journey was all about placements and placements. We all are only focused on one goal. It's easier said than done, after 20 years I can always say, now if I reflect, the most important thing which as a management professional should do I think utilize these 2 years of yours while you are in the college. You know, it's a laboratory. We all say that we have to do the experiments, in the laboratory. For you, that is the period of these 2 years. You have everything. Today, I think Professor Rajesh was sharing with me that for the last 4 or 5 days, the orientation is going on. I rarely saw a management institute, spending that much time on the orientation part. So many things, I'm sure the program will come like that. So many things and opportunities to interact with industry, with the professors are coming your way. I think utilize that part. Coming to the industry part, we need people at equal pace of the way you guys are looking for the jobs. But the only difference is the right skill set. I don't know whether you read the statistics and all, that India's unemployment rate, and still we have people who are from IITs, IIMs, still the placements have not happened that way, and they are looking for the jobs. Now, why does that happen? When the industry need people, why there cannot be placed? The only difference it makes is the skill set. So, my suggestion to you is all that take the opportunity of this 4.0 industrial revolution when we talk about. You should leverage each and every moment, make right use of the technology in terms of right content watching. If you are on a YouTube, I think that itself is an entire university altogether. But the right content watching, connect to the right people. I think that is most important. I'm not talking about only the banking sector. If someone of you is engineer or somebody from arts, somebody from other sciences, I think make your passion very, very clear at this stage and work towards that. With my experience, I'm also part of the recruitment team and I keep on recruiting people also. The first thing which came to us is the CV, your biodata, your resume. And 9 out of 10 times that, it's always said that the first impression is the last impression kind of thing. We can't make out anything out of that. The moment you read the first line, you are shocked to learn that it is all copied from each other. There's no innovation in that. You guys are introducing yourself and you are making life's most important decision. So you have to spend time in your resume making also. But for that, content to be built, you should have right skills to write about. So I think make best use of this platform. Internships is one. I think my friend will talk about that. Expose yourself to the projects, real-time projects. These 2 years are going to be exciting if you are really excited about to make the difference in the world. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. You've actually given them a cheat sheet on what should they think and what should their mind be exercised toward in terms of preparing themselves to enter the banking sector. Thank you so much. And now coming to you, Mr. Lakharaju. FMCG, telecom, healthcare, IT sector. What do you think, which sector have adopted or have been directly impacted with this latest revolution, Industry 4.0? Your views as a CEO of Student Tribe and as an industry leader.
Thank you. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I know this session has been a taste for all the students. I know the last 4 days have been orientation. But this session is very important because they're introducing the most important thing, jargons. And that's what is all about MBA degree. Next 2 years, there's a lot of jargons for you. And if you say someone says, like, let's say, Industry 4.0, there's one jargon. Now I'll start saying, I think all my profs here will say, okay, let's talk about the VUCA world. Then now that there is no VUCA world. How many of you know VUCA? VUCA? Anyone in the audience? It's an important question. Okay, should I ask profs now? VUCA? Sune kabhi? You heard about it? No?
Yes, you have.
This was -1. Industry 4.0 -1.
The professor might have heard it.
Professors might have. I think those are the jargons which they learn. So it's like volatility and the uncertainty.
Yeah. Complex
And ambiguous.
Ambiguous.
Now it's not VUCA world, it is Bani world. Now there's a new word, new jargon which popped out. Because I want to start before getting into the specifics of the question. The jargons are the most important thing in the world of management because you have to sound intellectual first. That's how Big Four make money. Where they just create a degree. I have my investor, he was telling me last week when we had a review point. He had a Philippines investment and they asked in the new age world how we have to prepare for the next decade. Because technically COVID has pushed to 21 to 24 now. Ideally 99, a Y2K, 2009, a Lehman Brothers, 2019 and 20 there has something to happen but the medical emergency ensured that we have pushed it to it. So he told me about this interesting term called Bani. This was coined again by some XYZ guys. But they charged them $1 million to tell them what he has to do and what he's already doing. So sometimes a lot of management consulting happens like that. So Bani, B-A-N-I, what is B-A-N-I? Brittle. B. It's like how VUCA was volatility. The world was very volatile. Now it is brittle. The Industry 4.0, it is all about you don't have things in control. Like let's say a live example I'll give you 3 days back. What happened? 3 to 4 days back. Blue screen of death.
Oh, yes.
Airports. In Hyderabad airport, there was a white board where they were writing with a marker 1640 Hyderabad to Chandigarh flight. And they were writing a boarding pass with a Reynolds pen. So it's very brittle. Some crowd strike and the cloud got struck and the operations in Hyderabad got struck. So that's how the world is so brittle today. Brittle was a word when I used to prepare for GMAT. I learned this word. So the glass, when it breaks, it becomes brittle. Now the world is like that. If something happens at some place, we are getting affected. So that is the kind of industry which we are living in. And the second, what is A? Anxious. What is this world? The world is full of anxiety. I have clinical psychologist here or a counselor. They have a better jobs in future now. Dr. Aditi is smiling. I invested on a right degree in Harvard now. So it's like, the anxiety is increasing like anything because of the social pressures that which we have. Now, if you don't put what you call it as a post on social media, or if you see someone else post also, you're anxious. And you have to be quick. As a brand, as a company, you have to be very quick about posting something. Like let's say now you have to create creatives. You're a brand like Domino's or you're a brand like Zomato's. You have to create a new design about blue screen of death. You have to be relevant. That anxiety is going on. The attention time has gone down. 8 seconds. In 8 seconds, the hook, it's like always there's a funny thing which we keep. I think you're from the media too, so it's not long form of content now. It is all about the first 8 seconds. Can you catch the attention of someone before he swipes?
Yeah.
I know. This Gen Z or Gen Alpha, should I call you Gen Z? Gen Z. They know better about swiping more than us.
Yeah.
So we only know how to swipe a card, but they know how to swipe right, swipe left. That's more important.
Left, right, center.
So, I always tell any student, you should know how to swipe a card first. Because it has to have balance. So it's easier to swipe right and left. So that anxiety is growing in people like anything. And how does it affect industry again? But these are all the terms which will again affect industry too. How does the marketing happen? Marketing is very quick today. It's not any time like I'll plan for 6 months. You don't know what happens next. Okay? किसी को गुस्सा आ रहा है. So third one, what is N? Non-linear. There is nothing called, decoupled kind of an approach. It's nothing linear today. What works today might not work tomorrow. And you have to be adaptable to that. If you say that, okay, I've done my MBA, my CGPA is 7.0, I've invested XYZ amount, I'll stop learning. It doesn't work. You have to constantly update yourself because everyone says like, okay, now you have to get a degree. And at the end they'll say you should have skills. And the most funniest part, degree and skills are not going together. And they say, again someone, a board of studies member or biryanis like us, because I always call faculty as white rice or chapati and guest lectures as biryani. Or the corporate guys. Because when they come, they say, no.
But are you trying to tell that you're more tasty or
No, if
more
they
equipped in terms of all the flavors?
If they eat me more, they'll get acidity. The faculty is more needed.
But you more pricey, yeah.
Pricey, okay. But if there is no rice, there is no biryani. Okay. Now peace. So the point what I'm trying to bring here is, it's like people are not understanding that the basic foundations are same. Any building's foundation is not glamorous. It has granites where they water it. They water it for 2 to 3 months or 1 month or 45 days. But the ऊपर जो building होता है वो interior designing का होता है. The granite is awesome. You know, it's like, it's boring. But for a building to sustain, the granite is important. The same thing, we talk about the non-linear approach. The things have changed. So how are we adaptable to it? And the last, but the most, people keep forgetting the whole logic is, today everybody is incomprehensible. The I in the Bani is incomprehensible. Because it's very tough to understand. It's very a faculty, it's very tough to understand what the student is expecting out of him. For a faculty, it's very tough what director is expecting from them. And for a director, what management is expecting from him, it is very tough. And for all them put together, what industry is expecting, they are confused. Because the industry doesn't know what it will be tomorrow. So they are like, someone comes to me last week to hire 800 interns. I'll tell you the kind of work which we do. We run an organization called Student Tribe. I was with Infosys till 2015. I felt, why can't I build a community platform of all non-IITs and IIMs and being a guest speaker, guest lecturer and all these things. I try to understand what's lacking. The kind of new professions, the profession which the requirement came was audio calibration and annotation.
Yeah.
And this was for a digital transformation project of a kind of a big four company. The work was so mundane. It was listening to the scripts of doctors in US, where they are building a medical AI model so that tomorrow, whatever the patient's audio script, tomorrow how are you updating your data sets? So the first quality in the industry 4.0 or next is like the first question, are you curious? The Gen Z, if you are curious, because your curiosity levels have gone down like anything. My son, who is like 7 years old now, I'll ask him, fan dalo, thoda khatka dalo. He says, Alexa, can you switch on the fan? 2 days back, I asked him, which switch out of 7 is the fan switch? He says, I don't know. He's not curious to know, or he doesn't try to remember or memorize which switch, if we have to switch it on, is the fan switch. Very, very lame example, but the reason why I'm giving it is, we are so dependent on technology. It's like, Alexa, switch on the fan. So it's making us so lazy that we are not curious. I was very happy during the pre-meetup, Dr. Aditi was mentioning about to activate the neurons.
Yeah.
It's like our neurons are dead because they are not getting trained. We are not keeping them active. I seek motivation from Rajiv sir or Manmohan Saab. You know, when they are showing that energy, when they come here and talk, it's like at 17s and 18s and 19s and 20s or 21s, we are becoming older. Biologically, we are younger because we are relying more on the AIs. So if you have to get a job opportunity tomorrow, even the resume, you're thinking that they are preparing a resume. They have a resume AI too.
AI will build. Yeah.
They say, please generate a resume which is according to the latest standards where I graduated from MBA, from Thapar, at so and so, and it generates a resume. And they don't even cross-check it. So recently, not recently, 1 year back when ChatGPT was launched,
ChatGPT, yeah.
I was just having fun with it because as a founder, you try to experiment with it. Coming from South, we have, I think Bollywood also knows, legend SP Balasubramaniam is a singer who is, we lost him during COVID. And the ChatGPT, when it was launched, the data sets were till 2021. 2021, and Balasubramaniam ji died later. So I asked the ChatGPT a question, where is Mr. SP Balasubramaniam? It said he is in Chennai. So that's the first thing which cracks up saying that an AI has limitations. AI relies on the data sets. So if you are if you are not a curious person, you will also say that he is in Chennai. Because your data sets have to be updated. So in next 2 years, how do you update yourself? Because in next 2 years, the industry is also going to change. So while in college, are you staying close to the industry and understanding what things are changing or not? That is the first thing. Don't switch off when you join. Actually, you should switch it on. When you join an MBA, MBA is a catalyst. The reason why MBAs are hired because they know the mistakes from the past. My bottom line, I always say, they know the whole case studies. They study how some problem was solved. So I don't take more time if I hire a fresher because this guy knows some of the problems which he faced in the past. But it's not just about past, it's about today, it's about tomorrow also today. Yeah.
Dr. Rajuji, you've helped over 1.5 lakhs students to get employment, you've developed their skills. I want to understand that since you've helped so many youngsters to get employed, you're saying that now the generation is becoming more and more not so curious. I would rather add, it might be a little harsh, that people have stopped thinking. How do you bridge the gap? Because you have to make them good enough for the industry. What do you do differently to reignite maybe the light to be curious and think again? What do you do differently?
So again, I have another perspective towards here. Like let's say we were trained to answer. We were never trained to question. So the most important thing in today's world is like, when it applies to us, as industry reps here, faculty, we should be ready to take questions more. Because today it's all about questioning. If an AI tool is given to you, you should know how to prompt it. And in a classroom or in a society or wherever it is, are you questioning? Are you asking the right questions? If it's a CXO, any CXO would love to have an employee who will ask right questions. Even in the governments, I think we have bureaucrats here, ex-bureaucrats and bureaucrats who served the country. When they ask right questions and right submissions and suggestions, a lot of people will remember them. A lot of people will avail their services. So today, how do you ask continuous questions that why something is like this, why it can't be something in some different way? So again, I'll go back to my son's example because he's another, I was a rat for my father. He used to do a lot of experiments on me. He's a teacher. So I'm just I keep asking a question. So I was just like, can you just tell what is A for? If he says apple, I hate him. I want him to say something else. When we were growing up, we used to say like A for apple. So why can't we say A for something else, aeroplane? Or some other word. So the reason is, that's where you start thinking. It's like that blue ocean strategy, where you start navigating things. And again, I'm using a jargon here, blue ocean, HBR, Harvard Business Review. There's a theory, I think you go to your library, you'll find one blue ocean strategy book. So how do you take a path the road less traveled, the road not taken. We all studied in our schools. How do you solve a problem in a new way? And people appreciate it. If Mr. Sandeep is taking interviews in Thapar for the summer interns for your badge next year, and I'm compelling him now. So when he is taking those interviews, the first thing that he does, out of 15 to 20 people who are attending his panel, he observes who spoke in a different way. I still remember my only interview in my life, because you mentioned about training lakhs of students. The one question that tell me about yourself is the most
toughest
viral video on YouTube. Or why MBA? I think most of you have answered that question, and people say I will be in a corporate position or whatever it is. But when it was asked to me in 2009, I still remember it was night 10 o'clock and Taranpreet Singh was my HR, later a good friend of mine. That day, 900 people got selected into Infosys, and he still remembers my name because I answered that tell me about yourself in a different way. So how do you create an impact?
So tell me about yourself. What did you answer, I mean?
Okay. So this is called driving an interview. So I made her ask that question. So you should, whenever you go, never attend an interview, drive an interview.
Yes.
So you should know what is the next question should be. You should decide that question. So I answered, it's still fresh in my mind. I was born in the year when the Berlin Wall broke. I was born in the year when the Time magazine said that the year which will change the future. I was born in the year when computers started entering India. I was born in the year where it was the 100th anniversary of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. I was born in the year when the god of cricket started playing cricket. I was born in the year 1989. कुछ फायदा नहीं है उसमें, कुछ नहीं है. The point is, I can say I was born in the year 1989. So he was asking me when were you born and also. I said I answered like this. So when you answer a question as a storytelling, today you need to be a great question seeker. Second, you need to go back to the basics of writing a great script, writing a great story, because brands need those storytelling.
Right.
So I'll end this with one example before, with the constraints of time. Now there is one studio which is run, I think the Gen Z knows him better. I'll not take his name because a lot of cuss words in his brand name itself. He creates commercials for brands now. The studio's name is Moonshot. Ton my butt. And the storytelling where the world is looking at people who are simple today, not complex. The toughest thing is to make things simple. There was a time when you go to a chartered accountant, you remember in the first tax you filed, maybe I filed my first tax 15 years back. When I went to him, he said like, so, both complex as sir. You did cash transactions, you did this, and he tries to make it complex. Then you'll say, sir, aapko fees pay kar dete, aap kar do. Go back to the days, if you go to a doctor, first, any professional you go, lawyer, doctor, chartered accountant, first they make things complex so that there is a dependency which is created on him. Yes or no? Today,
Yes.
you can file a tax over 3 steps online. You just upload,
Correct.
things are done.
Right.
So the same thing applies to all the professionals here. If you make things simple, people value you. If you make things complex, people don't like it. You have to think simple. It's an ad, so it's like that Feynman technique, another jargon. Explain to someone that he's like a 5-year-old. Explain any concept to anyone as if the other person is a 5-year-old. When you are able to explain to everyone that he's a 5-year-old, then they start learning things.
True.
So that's how industry, it's too complicated. No, people made it complicated. It is actually simple. And your generation is very lucky because you have less competition. It's a very funny statement, because why I'm saying very less competition, because very less you people are curious.
Right.
And a lot of your generation, because let's say I tell you this is next generation to us, there are already content. They are already content because the city, Chandigarh's own house from a village, own house is done. Mohali mein mil gaya. Delhi mein own house hai. चलो पहला घर खरीदने का ख्वाहिश नहीं है ना एक, दैट्स द फर्स्ट थिंग, चेकलिस्ट, देयर इज नो गोल, देयर इज नो फायर इन द बेली. सो द पीपल आर सेइंग लाइक इसलिए ड्रॉप आउट, ये पूरे शब्द सुनते थे क्या हम? नहीं सुनते थे. एक one student came to me and after orientation he said, I got Gyan, I want to drop out. I said, Mark Zuckerberg dropped out, Steve Jobs dropped out, he was giving me all Gyan 2 weeks back. And I said, Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of Harvard. Steve Jobs dropped out of Stanford. If he dropped out of Harvard, first he got into Harvard.
Right.
So you need to realize that where did you get into? Some Reddy Engineering College, outskirts of Hyderabad. So you can't drop out of that college. First get something, spend time. Just like, sir, knowledge is everywhere. YouTube also has knowledge, sir. Why should I go to college? I'm talking these lines in orientation. It is very important. Because everyone thinks that knowledge is everywhere.
Yeah.
But there are 3 capitals which are very important inside a college. First is intellectual capital, which you are getting now. Meeting intellectual people, faculty, intellect, that happens in a college. If there was no Thapar, you would never met me. It's a stage. Give a respect to the stage. Second capital is social capital. What you network. Network. 2 kids from your batch, first year students. You guys were enjoying, relaxing, waiting for this session. That guy, where is Chawla? Here. He's not here. Again, he's working. He's a first year student. He was standing outside the airport waiting for me to receive me. But the beautiful thing that happened to him, that he has my phone number now. That is networking.
Yeah.
And a lot of first year students feel that, why we should be volunteer, बिचारा उसको काम करवा रहे हैं, मैं तो आराम से बैठा हूँ. No, he's networking. That is social capital. Third is the financial capital. Gigs, opportunities, interns. How do you expose? What is outside the classroom? Sunday, go to Terabasi industrial area, do a market research, survey, come back. Not going to Chandigarh Mall. Do some market research, stand outside, wear a brand shirt, do a sampling. How someone rejects you on face. Then understand the importance of rejection. That is a real learning. Tomorrow in an interview with Sandeep, you can talk about those things. I did 10 internships. So, intellectual capital, social capital, financial capital. These are the 3 capitals that you have to gather in next 2 years. Then you can capitalize them so that you will have a great career, so that you can rule the capital. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lakharaju. और मैं तब से यही सोच रही हूँ कि चावला, मिस्टर कौन आया था आपको रिसीव करने, वॉलंटियर?
चावला साहब बाहर हैं.
अब सभी उनसे इनका नंबर मांग रहे होंगे बाहर में कि आपने जो अचीव किया है बाहर नेटवर्किंग का, वो हमें भी लाभ दे दें. तो चावला को ढूंढो अब जरा आप लोग भी जाके. ऑलराइट, थैंक यू सो मच. नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू डॉक्टर अंकित मोहिंद्रू. Dr. Mahindru, to leverage the best that technology has to offer us, we must embrace the industry first, right? 4.0. Industry 4.0 has just started making inroads in manufacturing and other sectors. So should we, as a country or the world, adopt smarter strategies for the smarter industry?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So yes, I think my colleagues, Mr. Sandeep and Mr. Lakharaju, have already spoken so much about all of this in different fields, in different sectors. From an academic standpoint, if I talk about Industry 4.0 right now is having applications in almost every domain. Whether you talk about supply chain, whether you're talking about e-commerce, whether you're talking about banking, whether you're talking about logistics, whether you're talking about retail, right? So it is having its application in almost every field. So the answer to this question, to embrace or not to embrace, is a no-brainer. So there is no choice but to embrace this. Yes, if I talk about a few examples from a few of the fields that we have just mentioned right now. So if you talk about a retail store, if you have been to a retail store, this is one example typically which I give in my classes as well. So if you have been to a retail store, all the items which are placed in a typical retail store, in a Kiryana store, they are based on a particular logic. And that logic is based on the intelligence which is there at the back end. So, so for example, if you see, once you enter into a retail store, the very first thing that you see are, I think, the breads, the butter, the cakes, the confectionery items, and so on and so forth. Then if you get further into it, you get to face, might be, I think, biscuits, dals, and so on and so forth. And by the time you end it, right, you are near those items which you might not buy that often. So that logic is again built based on analytics which is happening at the back end, based on the kind of purchases which have happened in the past from different customers, might be over a period of, let's say, 6 months, 1 year, and so on and so forth. And so that is one very beautiful example where analytics is playing a very major role. The second place where analytics plays a very major role, which again is one of my favorite examples, is Domino's. So most of these packaged combinations that you might have seen during World Cups, football World Cups, and so on and so forth, right? They come again with a similar kind of a logic. That is how frequently people are buying certain things in a certain time period. So for example, let's say if there's a World Cup, typically what will you do? You'll have, let's say, a medium pizza, a garlic bread, and a bottle of Coke, for example. So what they'll do is they'll put all of that together, put some discount on top of it, and put it as part of the advertisement. And another very beautiful example that I think Mr. Sandeep also just mentioned when he was talking is that the time of actually creating a new bank account has drastically reduced to minutes. Recently, I had the opportunity of creating a new bank account in IndusEnd, and the entire process took only 20 minutes. So if that is what is going to happen, and that is without going to the actual bank, you are able to create it and the KYC and everything happening on its own, then I think that is something we'll always need to embrace it. If you talk about other sectors like automobile as well, for example, so automobile sectors have already started embracing IoT, robotics, as well as AI for creating your autonomous as well as electric vehicles. So electric vehicles is going to be the trend for the next few years now, right? So if that is what the power of AI, artificial intelligence, and analytics is, I think it's a simple no-brainer but to embrace Industry 4.0. But on the other side, we should also have a look at the cons of it, and we should be very, very careful about them. A very good recent incident that I would like to narrate. I think some of you might have seen my post on LinkedIn as well. So recently I got a call from a so-called TRI operator telling me that my phone would be disconnected in the next 1 hour because my Aadhaar card has been used illegally by somebody in purchasing another SIM card from somebody in Lucknow. Now I have never been to Lucknow, and that has never happened before, right? And that actually created a sense of insecurity that if that is true or not. And once that happens and you see that, okay, this is a person from TRI who is calling us, and he might be a genuine person because he gave all his details and everything, that this is my ID, this is my name, all those details were shared with me. And once that happened, I was actually forced into getting into whether this is a serious issue or not. But we need to be very, very careful whenever such kind of calls come up. We need to be careful that we should not and we must not share our private information. Whether it is Aadhaar card information, whether it is, he even requested me to get on a video call because if all of you might be knowing about this, whenever Aadhaar card has to be authenticated, your Aadhaar card number as well as your face ID or your thumbprint is important, right? So in case I had gone to a video call with him at that point of time, it would have led to a serious fraud, right? Which I was able to avoid because I did not do that. So that is one very good example. Another very beautiful example that most of us typically, and this is not something which is one thing. I recently, again from these WhatsApp messages and all, I got to know that people have actually started generating certificates which tell you that, okay, this is from the government of India and your account has been deleted or whatever. So all of that is happening with the help of AI. So although we have a lot of positives associated with it, but there are some cons as well. So we as educationists, it is very, very important for all of us to actually brief this entire group, and might be many more after this, into how we should safeguard our private information. And at the same time, the important aspect, if you talk about Industry 4.0, is it is more about the technologies. But when you talk about people, right, people need to be upskilled as well, which actually leads us to Industry 5.0. Because there is a difference between the student expectations of the jobs they're going to have and what is actually existing in the market. Right now, nobody would like to like to have a core sales kind of a job. Nobody would like to get into that. It is analytics, analytics, and it is analytics. If you talk about the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, analytics is going to be there. Whether you're talking about artificial intelligence, if you're talking about IoT, whether you're talking about even robotics, right? All of that is going to take up almost everything. So we as educators and you as students need to be very, very careful and need to learn the right set of skills, as mentioned by Mr. Rakalaju as well, right? The right kind of skills of which are what is going to be important. Yes, knowledge is going to be there. All of us need knowledge, but more important are the skill sets. And your industry people who are going to come and take you are going to focus on what kind of skills you have. Thank you.
So as we conclude the session 1, I feel prepared for Industry 4.0 myself. I don't know about you. Are you feeling prepared a little better than before, than we started? Yeah, and I think the biggest takeaway for me, I don't know what's for you, but for me would be that no matter how much intelligent the artificial intelligence is, let's be more intelligent, because we are human after all, and our machine is a God's gift, and it's really good enough because we created the artificial intelligence. So thank you so much, Lakaraju ji. Thank you so much, Sandeep ji. Thank you so much, Dr. Mahindru. Thank you for this insightful session. Huge round of applause for our panelists. So now that we are prepared for the Industry 4.0, let's dive right into the session number 2, which is capacity building through Gen Y, the Gen Z, through management education for Industry 4.0. So please join me in welcoming our next set of guests on stage. May I first invite on stage Major Muhammad Ali Shah, Dr. Manmohan Singh, and Dr. Aditi Govitrikar. And may I also invite on stage Dr. Pillai. All right, shall we begin? May I start with Mr. Singh with you? All right. So, Mr. Singh, how do you see the advancements in Industry 4.0 technologies impacting national security? Are there specific areas such as AI that pose significant risks?
Yes. You see, before venturing into this discussion, what do you understand about intelligence? From intelligence bureau point of view, like I spent almost 28 years into that. So I think intelligence is how you process a raw information into actionable intelligence. Either it is based on human observation, you first collect, then collate, then disseminate. Or it is through technology, through listening the voice, or through observing the things, or through learning the patterns. And then you come to a point by connecting the dots into the space to a particular piece of line. Okay, sir, this is an intelligence which I have collected from my observation. These are my sources, and now you take action over it. This is the basic functioning. The similar role is played by the artificial intelligence. But there is, when you dissect the word artificial, there is a word called art. So you cannot minus the word art. Art means tradecraft. And tradecraft is your knowledge. And knowledge is power, which Michel Foucault says. If you have some knowledge or very refined knowledge, which is called intelligence, then you can have power and then you can operate. So, artificial intelligence is just a tool of augmentation of your capacities, of your competence, of your learning through machine or through data analysis. I will give you an example. You're all learned person, the students, and have you read Yuval Noah Harari, his book called Homo Sapiens or Homo Deus or 21st Lesson for 21st Centuries? He says the world during the modernity, when Europe after Renaissance or after the period of Enlightenment, when modernity came with the science and technology, with the engine, then the capitalism started. So, the man from Andhra, Hyderabad, he has said 3 types of capitals, right? So when capitalists invest, why he invest into this thing? To generate the profit. So the major motive of the capitalist is to generate the profit. But after capitalism, after modernity, during the period of the period we are going through, the postmodern period, the exploitation is not a problem. Problem is of irrelevance. Earlier, the two ideologies, capitalism and the socialism, they fought because there was exploitation. Socialists want a very egalitarian type of society, and the capitalists want that there should be how they can generate as much as profit they can. But with the advent of new technologies, especially computers, and now the era of the 4.0, which you say, there are 4 or 5 components like Internet of Everything, Industry Internet of Everything, then robotics, analytics, artificial intelligence. They are all there. They are all to help the man. How you can augment your, enhance your capacity. So इससे डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. It will further you start living with it. Like computers in 80s, in my batch, the computer was introduced in the National Police Academy or National Administrative Academy, 87. So for our like student from humanities, we were very scary. Why, how we can handle it? But now the computer has become a part of my life. This computer, this mobile is a computer. It has become a part of my life. How it has made irrelevant so many things. Like it has made irrelevant my wristwatch. It has made irrelevant my camera. It has made irrelevant my calculator. Even it has made irrelevant my laptop. Everything I typed over it. So the future era is of irrelevance. How to be relevant is the real question, which he has said. So to be relevant, when Mahatma Buddha got the enlightenment and he went to Shravasti, there he remained for 25 years. Then Anand asked, Sir, recently I was a special observer of Election Commission of India and I had the opportunity to visit the Shravasti district. So I was very, मैंने भगवान ईश्वर का शुक्र किया कि इस जगह का दर्शन करने का मुझे मौका मिला. यहाँ भगवान बुद्धा ने 24 साल जेतवन में बिताए. तो वहाँ his first disciple Anand, who was his cousin also, he asked, you got enlightened, now tell me how I can get enlightened. So Buddha said, Ap Deepo Bhavo. You have to enlighten your own self. तुमको अपना दिया अपना खुद जलाना पड़ेगा. Here you are here, your teacher, your faculty will tell only you the direction. But you have to enlighten your own light. Through what? Thinking, analyzing, and theorizing. Thinking, contemplation, analyze, and theorize. These are the words. And artificial intelligence will, all these 4.0, they will help you all 4, 5, 6 components. They will become a part of your this thing. I tell you one story. Few days back, few of our friends, we put on chat GPT, write a poem for us of Nazim Hikmat of the famous Bangla poet. Chat GPT, after 10-15 minutes, she produced the poem, wonderful poem. But there was something missing. Some human element was missing. It was poem. Words were there, very catchy word. But wo softness there was not there, which the poet can put into that poem. So I coined an analogy. I said, AI can generate the poem, but it cannot create the poem. So it cannot purgate. Socrates gave the principle of purgation, catharsis. Why we write? We want to purgate ourselves from our tension, Socrates' mother was a nurse, वो दाई जिसको कहते हैं. दाई जब बच्चा पैदा करती है औरत का उसके, तो एक सेंस ऑफ प्रगेशन माँ को मिलती है बच्चा पैदा करने के बाद. तो वो जो सोक्रेटिस ने वहां से प्रिंसिपल लिया प्रगेशन और कैथारसिस का, कि व्हेन यू put out something, then you get some relief. But writing poem by AI on my computer, it is not forgetting me.
Right.
So, as Mr. I forget his name, he said, okay, human mind is the prime, this thing. It will remain in a prime position because in artificial intelligence, there is word called art is there. So वो art जो है, वो artificial intelligence के पास नहीं होगा, वो सिर्फ human mind के पास होगा. You have to differentiate. So I will conclude my this thing by saying that in industry, there is in each and every industry, in each and every business, there is a trade craft, and trade craft means what I will say, the art of trading. So you have to make it part of your life through skilling yourself with all these tools available with you. And in future, there is nothing to scare about all these things. They will become automatically part of your day-to-day life as computer and mobile technology has taken. Okay. Now I will come to the point how it will impact the national security.
मैं सर यही कहने लगी थी कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में आर्ट की बात तो हो गई, अब आपकी इंडस्ट्री कैसे इवॉल्व हुई है?
Yes, I will tell you. You see, intelligence agencies, how they work. They work on patterns. They observe the patterns in the society. And to know the patterns, you should have a very big data bank of observation. And for observation to analyze that data bank, you should have very strong algorithms and formulations. With that, you can analyze. Like Professor Mahendru has given the example how the cyber crime is happened. When you analyze as an investigation officer, as a police officer, you will see that there is a pattern there. And if I want to collect a data of such crime, of whole of India, then I should have some algorithms to analyze that, to come to the conclusions, where this crime has started, what is the pattern, what are the phone numbers, what are the locations, how we can connect those things, and then we can analyze, we should analyze, and then we can pinpoint the target, and we can arrest him, and to put, after investigation, to put them in the court of law for their punishment. So, intelligence, artificial intelligence always is helping us. Like, there are many apps available with the agency. I cannot tell in this open house. Like face learning. Through machine learning, there are very big data banks with us through which we can learn the face. Okay, these are type of faces are available, and in this particular crime, this thing has happened. This may he, and then you zero down or to your target, and then you can arrest them. But I will tell you certainly, artificial intelligence, all these other tools will help in strengthening the national security. but some cons are also, as you get more digitized or more data oriented, there are always danger fraught with it. The enemies, they are also working on the same patterns. How you can become more smarter than that. So you have to evolve yourself. How you can evolve yourself? You start thinking, theorizing, contemplation, by analyzing, and then come to the conclusion. So the future is of all these 4.1.0. This is our future. We have to live with it, and we should start preparing it. With this, I conclude.
थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर सिंह. सो घबराने का नहीं है इंडस्ट्री 4.0 से और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से भी. We are just fine, we are doing good, and we will be better because we are human beings after all. Sorry, excuse me. And now may I move towards Major Shah. Major Shah, human capital that is able to apply on range of necessary professional proficiencies such as emotional intelligence, cultural awareness, while demonstrating key technical skills such as critical thinking and analysis will be at the forefront. Obviously, we've been listening a lot about it. What should be the one mantra behind, as a philosophy, to evolve the intellectual capacity of Gen Y and Gen Z?
Right, that's a very, very good question. See, we spoke about, you asked about the cultural identity and, and about the Gen Z. Well, firstly, I would like to, before I proceed, I would like to wish everyone a very happy Kargil Vijay Divas, by the way. Yes,
huge round of applause for our warriors, soldiers.
And what better day than this to come ahead and to speak at such a prestigious college and before such wonderful faces. Thank you very much for having sent this invitation, and thank you, ma'am, for getting me here. So now, may I tell you 2 minutes something on Kargil? Yeah?
Sure, please.
Okay. There's a senior of mine, all right, by the name of Captain Vijayan Thapat. How many of you have heard of him? Right. He got a Veer Chakra posthumous, which means he lost his life. He was killed in action. And in 1999, he wrote a letter to his family before going on a final assault on the enemy. He was only 22 years old, almost as old as you, probably a year or so older. Yeah? So Captain Vijayan Thapa wrote in his letter, "My loving Papa, Mummy, Granny and Bertie. By the time you get this letter, I would be observing you all from the skies, enjoying the hospitality of Apsaras. I have no regrets. In fact, if I were to be born again as a human, I would choose to join the army and serve my nation. Whichever organ needs to be taken, should be taken and donated. Please donate some money to the orphanage and continue giving ₹50 to Rukhsana every month. And please go and meet Jogi Baba. If ever you get a chance, please come and see where the Indian Army fought bravely for your tomorrow. I hope a picture of mine is kept in the Alpha Company Mandir next to Karni Mata. Papa, you must be proud. Mama, so must you. And please go and meet." The name is withheld. I loved her. "Mama ji, please forgive me for anything wrong that I may have done. Anyhow, it's about time I go and join my clan of Dirty Dozen. My assault party has 12 chaps. Live life king size. Yours, Robin. Jai Hind." And then he went for his final assault on the enemy. He fought very, very bravely. He lost his life at the mere age of 22. He was awarded the Veer Chakra for gallantry, posthumous. Now coming back, connecting that, my army experience to artificial intelligence and generation 4.0 and the current generation. I would like to say, I served in the army, and thereafter I went off to IIM Calcutta to do my management. Now, I had learned management, life skills, in the army, on ground, in the most difficult terrain of the country, right? And now, in a B school, in a premier B school, I was studying management on paper. What's to be done in the corporate sector after I pass out from here? And there's going to be a lot of anxiety, by the way, after about a year and a half when you are here for jobs and what's going to happen, recession will come in, I hope recession doesn't come in, right? So it's very important to learn the culture, what's going on. Like as my friend here mentioned about the jargon. You got to learn the jargon, right? So when I was posted in Nagaland, in the year 2005, 2008, I was there. I learned the local culture over there. I learned the local language, local dialects. Like there are different tribes in Nagaland. I'm making it very simple for you all, non-technical. I hope this is better, right? I don't want to make it too technical for you all because then it will go over your head, some of it. You all are very young. So there are different tribes in Nagaland, like there's Ao, Angami, Chang, Chakisang, Semma, Lotha, Konya, Garigma. There are different tribes. And each tribe has a sub-tribe. And each sub-tribe has a different dialect. So for example, if I tell you, if you are an Ao Naga, you could be coming from a place called Mukokchung. Ao Nagas, they have Chunkli and there is Chankli. Among Chunkli, there is Mungsun. So that means a tribe, sub-tribe and a sub-sub-tribe, right? So similarly, you got to understand the corporate culture, the technology, because two important challenges that the world is facing today are artificial intelligence, as you rightly mentioned, and natural stupidity. You agree with me or not? So, and the third challenge I would say is, when you rely more on artificial intelligence, it will make you even more stupid. And what are we? Are we slaves to the technology or technology is our slave? We made technology and today we are intangibly enslaved by that technology itself. So best is, let's keep it simple and, okay, like today if we have to drive from point A to point B, you know the directions, but yet still, you'll put on your GPS. Yeah. As sir rightly said, everything's there in the phone. Yeah. Your e-wallet, I'm not carrying a wallet. E-wallet. Yeah. You don't wear a watch. Your time, your calculator, your laptop, emails, WhatsApp, everything is there, right? So, in Nagaland is a story of March 2008. To cut a very long story short, there were 5 soldiers who were taken captive by the undergrounds. The underground are the militants over there. Out of those 5 soldiers, 4 were officers. And 1 was a non-commissioned officer, Havaldar Sahab. And imagine 5 soldiers of a battalion getting captured by the underground was a very, very big thing. The CO would have freaked out. And how I know the story so well is because I was one of those 5 soldiers. Now, cutting a very long story short, when we were taken captive, we were blindfolded, our hands and legs were tied, and their self-styled company commander was Major Tumsa Ao, self-styled Major Tumsa Ao. Now, I knew the culture of that place, I knew the geography, demography, topography, history of that region. So I knew that Major Tumsa Ao came from a place called Alichan district. By his surname and by his accent, I was blindfolded, but I could make out. Okay, he's from Alichan district. So he said, gentlemen, you all are soldiers, don't worry. We will not harm you all. When he said this much, there was ceasefire in Nagaland. So we all thought, okay, there's ceasefire and plus he's giving us his word. And once a Naga gives you his word, he doesn't let his word down. He doesn't go back on his word. They're very cultured, very principled, very, very honorable people. People from the northeast part of India. So we were there in the captivity, we were kneeling down. And we had taught one thing in the academy while we were training, that never bow down, never kneel down before an adversary. Lose your life, it's okay, but never kneel down. But here we were compelled. We had our hands behind our backs. And then came orders of his commander on his Motorola set. which was a single channel. And the orders were execute them, shoot them all, finish them, kill them right now. And the orders were in Tangkhul language. Tangkhuls are basically the Naga warriors of Manipur. They come from a place called Ukhrul. It's a district which is bordering Manipur and Nagaland. And he tried reasoning with her that the commander was a lady. So, ma'am, I have given my word that I will not harm them. But she said, do as you are told. Finally, with a heavy heart, he comes and stands before us. We were all blindfolded. And he says, gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I had given you my word that I will not harm you. But my commander asked me to shoot you all. And you all know, being soldiers, you all know what the importance of obeying an order is. So please forgive me, please pardon me. And now within no time, a firing squad, so we thought it was a firing squad. There were about 5 men. Very smartly, their drill was, you could only hear their stamping and such things. They came and stood behind us. Now I don't know whether it was a firing squad or whether they were carrying a da. Da is like a dagger, because Nagas, the Konyak tribe, which is primarily from Mon and Twinsang, they are basically the headhunters of Nagaland, and they used to take pride in having heads with them. So we do not know whether we are going to be beheaded or we are going to be shot. We were all praying. In my mind, I was praying that I hope they shoot me, not behead me. So that's going to be even more painful. And just then, we heard the guns cock behind our ears. Cat, cat, cat. That sound, you know, metal against metal when you cock a weapon. And he says, gentlemen, I'm very sorry. I hate doing this, but please say your prayers. Remember God. Come on. And try forgiving me if you can. And get ready to die like a man. There was a doctor right next to me, an army doctor, the bravest of us all actually, honestly speaking. I'll not name him because he's still in service, a very dear friend of mine, we are still in touch. And he whispers in my ears, hey Ali, I'm very grateful to you, yaar, for bringing us over here, yaar. Whatever is happening over here right now, it's no less than a movie and I'm really enjoying it. Frankly speaking, बड़ा मजा आ रहा है भैया. As a doctor, I'd only heard ऐसा होता है, हथियार लेके घूमते हैं, वर्दी पहन के घूमते हैं, insurgents होते हैं यहाँ पे. I've never seen this kind of an action going on, but I'm really enjoying it here. Ah, no matter what happens for 2 minutes, first मराओगे, गोली आने वाली है पीछे. And so then Major Tumsao says, okay, squad, ready? And the squad from behind says, ready, sir! Few seconds are remaining. 2008, we don't know what's going to happen next. And now when you mention about culture and about using your presence of mind, that helps in corporate as well, in any situation. You'll find situation you are stuck in. It's how you use your reflexes and your presence of mind. So immediately I started thinking, I said, Major Tumsa, आओ! एक पर आई भी तो थाके भी बोई बिना मोय लगना मालीबा से मी भी नागा से कोई लोगों ते लोग भाई के ना बिसी के पैसा को नहीं खाई से खाना है पीस लगा नाम के बना से since I speak the local dialect, right? So I started speaking to him in his language. And he was very surprised. Huh? How come? He's speaking my dialect. Open him. So they opened my eyes. And now I didn't speak to him in Nagamis. I didn't speak to him in Ao. I spoke to him in Mungsun. Mungsun is a sub dialect. So I told him, hey, tumsa, khuma leer, chunga leer, chungatang leer, nakun leer. And then said, I am Wilson Kam Nung leer. Chongar mecho me tumsa, chongar mecho ni na main me tumsa, ni na main mer. He was like really surprised. What's going on? He couldn't believe that I told him I'm one of you all, and I had a record in Nagaland every 3 months with the Assam Rifles. Today Assam Rifles have, unfairly they've been targeted. They actually do a lot of good work. Selflessly. People talk about human rights. What about the human rights of the soldier? Don't they have families? They stay away from their families, right? अपनी जान की परवाह करे बगैर, अपनी जान की बाजी लगाकर, अपने जानों पे खेल कर, वो हम सबकी हिफाजत करते हैं भाई, right? So very selflessly, totally unmindful of their own personal safety. In fact, this badge you see is a Director General Assam Rifles commendation card, which just today on Kargil Vijay Divas on 26th, I received the formal Part 2 orders and I was pinned by the DG Assam Rifles just 2 days back, this medal. So, thank you. So this, so I told him, this, we are one of you all. And I spoke to him in his language to allow me to speak to his commander. He said, no. Finally, I negotiated, I spoke to his commander, I spoke to the lady. I told her, ma'am, in her language, again in Thankul, I told her, ma'am, please, I mean, we came here by mistake. We did not know that you were camping here. And we didn't intend anything bad. So finally, cutting a very long story short, we were let off from there without a scratch. They broke the gypsy all right. In the beginning, when we got caught, our gypsy was shattered. The windscreens were shattered completely, beyond recognition. And we were let off. And they made vai noodles for us. That's a very, very popular noodle from there. You know, it's like Tehari Chow Chow. How many of you have heard of it? It's like Maggi or Top Ramen. And they made tea for us. And as group captain that time, in 2019, Wing Commander Abhinandan Vartaman said in the other enemy territory, I must say the tea was fantastic. So similarly, I would say, and we had tea with them, and the tea was fantastic. And we were let off. So that's very important to know the culture. Now you'll be entering the corporate sector tomorrow. So it's very important to know about the culture of your company. If you're selling a product, for example, you should know who will buy that product. I'll tell you two small examples and I will conclude here. There was someone who wanted to start up a business. And he said, okay, this area is very remote. There are people barefooted over here. Let's do a business of footwear. So someone goes and explores the market, studies, comes back, gives a report that, oh, there's no market over here because nobody wears footwear. There's no point investing over here. Then he sends another partner to that same place. And he sees nobody is wearing footwear. And he gives a report to the CMD. That's I think we have very good potential. People do not wear footwear. We can explore, we can tap in on this. It's how you look at it. They set up a shoe factory over there and they flourished. In the early 80s, you know, Colgate, the toothpaste, now to a close-up and there are a lot of other. Colgate toothpaste had come in a crisis. They had advertised that, you know, like that those, you use less but lasts for more, right? Sometimes it can backfire. Yeah. So they advertise if you use less, it will last you longer. So as a result, it was lasting longer, of course. But then what happened? The sales of that company was dropping because people didn't find the need of going and procuring that. So a young boy in his early 20s, almost as old as you, a fresher, came up with the idea that the outlet of the toothpaste, let's make it broader. Because if you halka sa dabaoge na, to zyada niklega. And that way, a paste, a tube which lasts for 20 days will start lasting you for about 14 days or so. So you'll obviously buy more. And that's how the business picked up. Innovative idea. And the third innovative idea was, how many of you agree that the more you advertise, the better the sales, the better the product sells, right? You agree with me? Okay. Here was a case, a true story again. The more they advertised, the sales were dropping. Yes? You're also surprised how. So how did it happen? The more you've advertised that, the sales are dropping. I'll tell you why. Because they didn't understand the market. In Gulf, in Arabic, ma'am, you lived in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. In fact, ma'am's husband, I'm sorry, I'm saying this, Brigadier Griwal Sahab is a legend. You all would have seen about a year and a half back in Sudan when there was crisis. There was an army officer, a very handsome army officer standing before civilians saying, gentlemen, ladies, don't worry, the Indian army is here to rescue you all. Remember? That's ma'am's husband. And so, in Arabic or in Urdu, they write from right to left, not left to right. how are you? उल्टा लिखेंगे ना उर्दू में या Arabic में, the script is the same. So they would advertise for a washing machine. Dirty clothes, put in the washing machine, come out clean. So if you read from right to left, it's like clean clothes you put in the washing machine and they come out dirty. An energy drink. I'm tired, I have this energy drink. And now I'm energetic. A guy who's energetic has his energy drink. Falls asleep. Obviously sales are dropping. So it's very important to understand the culture of it. And of course, be aware of scams. Just lastly, I just got a message from RTO office, proper government, this thing, that your car broke some traffic violation, you are requested to pay up so and so amount. My goodness, I had not used that car that day. उस दिन तो गाड़ी को हाथ भी नहीं लगाया था भैया. So obviously I knew it was a fraud. There have been cases where my friends have got a call that your son or your daughter has been arrested by the police for doing this case. There someone is nodding. मतलब आपके घर में भी ऐसा हुआ है कि आपने के बेटे ने ये कांड कर दिया है, वो कांड क्या है वो मैं नहीं बोलूँगा. You know it. आपके घर में शायद आया होगा. So you have to pay up so and so amount. And these are fraudsters. So be careful of these scams. That's all I would like to say. As long as you're safe, you're alert, you have your wits about you, I think everything is good. All this 4.0 and everything is, आपको अपना बस दिमाग लगाना होता है बस. Common sense. Period. I would just end it by saying common sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. So, हम सब अपने अपने लेसन्स आज लेकर जाएंगे और मैं अपने बताती चल रही हूँ, आप लोग भी अपने सोचिएगा कि आपके जहन में क्या चल रहा है. सो द बिगेस्ट टेक अवे फ्रॉम व्हाट मेजर शाह सेड टुडे टू मी इज़ कि हम इंटेलिजेंट हैं, हम मशीन से ज़्यादा इंसान अच्छे हैं और इंसानों की तरह सोचते रहें विद एन इमोशनल कनेक्ट एंड बीइंग अवेयर ऑफ द कल्चर अराउंड, we'll be good. Yeah? All right. Now moving on to Dr. Aditi Govitrikar. Dr. Govitrikar, as technology evolves, there's a growing emphasis in continuous learning and upskilling. Obviously, you are an example of that. How do you think individuals can best adapt to these changes, especially in terms of mental readiness and resilience?
Thank you so much for the question, and heartiest congratulations to all you beautiful people out here. Firstly, I would like everybody to stand for a few seconds, if everybody can just stand, okay, and just stretch. Stretch, twist, jump if you want, all right? Just stretch as much as you can. Please sit.
Thank you, that was the need of the hour.
So as a psychologist, and as Mr. Charan said, I'm very much aware that the attention span of a human being is reduced from 12 seconds to 8 seconds, which is less than a goldfish. That's where we are coming at. Now, I have flown from Mumbai, and I like attention when I'm on stage, which is why I made you all stand up and stretch so that you pay attention to what I'm saying. But I also want now for everybody to raise their right hand. Please raise your right hand and pat your back. Pat. Why? I have not seen a group of youngsters sitting for so long without looking at their phones. So, big round of applause. And I observed keenly. I know who was falling asleep. I know who two were cracking jokes and who was paying attention. So, now that I can talk and I have all the attention. Right. So, to your question, you know, at the end of the day, artificial intelligence is artificial, right? Unfortunately, today, I have to click on a screen to prove that I'm not a robot. I have created it. Why am I proving to a machine? But that's where we are at. Yeah, and that is the truth. I'm not sitting here to scare everybody to say, oh, this is going to happen and that is not going to happen. Ultimately, remember, jaan hai to jahan hai. Look at yourself. We've all been talking about data. We've all been talking about analysis, so on and so forth. I want you to look at yourself. What is your data? Who are you as a person? If you guys know a little bit about science, Charles Darwin said survival of the fittest. Actually, that's not true. It is survival of the person who can adapt, like Mr. Charan said. You have to learn to adapt. And that is what, like Major Shah said, that you have to be relevant. And you will remain relevant if you adapt. If you stick to saying that, yes, I've got this degree, I know I've passed out from LMTSM, I don't need to learn anymore. That is the end of you. And what do I mean by end? It's not like you're going to die tomorrow. Sorry, I'm sounding a bit morbid. However, life is beautiful. COVID has taught us that, right? YOLO. However, that doesn't mean that you don't think about tomorrow. You got to think, you got to introspect, which is what Sir used. It's a very beautiful word, and today we don't. I have seen people carry their phone, pardon my language, but even to the loo. अरे लूप को तो जाओ आराम से. Am I right? Not 1 second we waste sitting. Get bored. It's a beautiful art, getting bored. We don't get bored anymore. You go to a restaurant, people are swiping left, right, upar, niche, right? But it's very important for your brain, and yours is a young brain. Preserve it. It's the most precious thing that God has given you. Yeah? So very important to make sure that you don't numb your brain, and that is what we are doing. That is what you are doing to yourself. We don't have anybody else to blame. It is we. It is I who's doing it to myself. You are in a management school. You've got extremely intelligent faculty here who's going to show you the path to succeed. But चलना तो आपको ही पड़ेगा, सोचना तो आपको ही पड़ेगा, और सोचना ये बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ हो गई है today. Like he said, that curious, there is no curiosity left. The other day, my son was small that time, he was about 6 years old. I lost my car keys. He's saying, why don't you ask Google? I said, Google is not going to tell me where my lost car keys are. That is a dependency, unfortunately, that we have on these things. Right now, we've all spoken about, yes, we are this, we are this. How to get out of it? Right? It's very good to put your problem thinking hat and stew in the problem. Now, let's switch. Whenever you're faced with a problem, what you do is understand that, become aware of the fact that, yes, I have a problem. Any problem, you say to yourself, let me put my solution-oriented hat. So we have two hats, right? Problem and solution. So you wear a solution-oriented hat and then ask yourself, if I am thinking of a solution, what can I do? There are times when you can't do anything. Then don't fight it, accept it, right? Like suppose, for example, I want my height to be 6 feet. Now I am at an age where my height is not going to grow. Unfortunately, medical science has not advanced as much as of today. Medical science is also advancing very fast. If you take care of yourself, I can guarantee you, you will live till 150 years old. That is the prediction today. So think about what you're going to do for those 150 years. Swiping is not the solution, right? So think about the problem. If you can take some action, take it. Don't keep stewing in the problem. And this is for your personal life as well as professional life. Because as a wellness expert, as a psychologist, I also coach corporate people. The point that I'm trying to make over here is be aware of who you are. I ask people, how are you? The common answer that I get is, I'm okay. Is okay an emotion? It's not. So be aware of what your emotions are. Be aware of what you like, what you don't like. Don't see, oh, so-and-so went to Thailand and she made a reel like this, so I must go to that place and make a reel like that. That is not happiness, that is comparison. That is jealousy, a negative emotion. Okay? So please become aware of who you are, what you want to do in life. Writing, if people, I know it's a lost art unfortunately, but if you can, just write 1 page every day. It doesn't matter what you write. It's called journaling. Very, very therapeutic. Yeah? So write down. Figure out who, like I said earlier, who you are, what you want and what you want to do. Assume you're going to live till 150 years of age. Yeah. With that, I will end my answer. I mean, where mental resilience is concerned, if you take care of yourself, and like he said, go and learn to fail. Failure is the biggest teacher. Right? When you hear a no, nowadays, unfortunately, again, your generation is that generation where parents very rarely say no. For me, I did my analysis, like I am very fond of doing these things to myself. I think for every 4 no's, I would get 1 yes from my parents. So they taught me very young. Unfortunately, I don't do the same with my children. It's the other way around, and I have to admit that, right? So learn from failure. It is the biggest teacher. Success doesn't teach you as much as failure does. Being in Bollywood industry for so long, after seeing John Bipashas and Hrithik Roshans of the world and working closely with all of them, I have understood this bit, that it's very easy to handle success. Failure becomes very difficult to handle. So take care of your mental well-being. Find ways which will give you relief. Sleep, and a very underrated tool. How much do you sleep? Don't oversleep. Optimal sleep is required. 7 to 8 hours, unless you meditate. Now, if you meditate, you need less sleep. I don't know how many of you are interested in meditation, etc., but just understand that serious meditators need much less sleep. Otherwise, for people like us, we need 7 to 8 hours. Very, very important, again, for your mental well-being. I mean, if you fought with somebody in the evening, you're very angry or you're frustrated, you're annoyed, right? And you sleep. The next day morning, the emotional, the effect, the impact becomes much lesser, yes? Why? Because sleep regulates your emotions. It does the housekeeping, it does the cleaning. There's a lymphatic system in your brain which does the cleaning of your brain, but you have to give it adequate time to work. This helps in mental resilience. Today, if you want to survive, forget survive, if you want to thrive, then this is an important takeaway. The rest, of course, you all know, eat right, work out, exercise, look after, all that is fine. Apply sunscreen. So, having said that, please look after yourself. Look after your mental well-being. Depression is an epidemic. Nobody is talking about it. Suicide rates have gone up, unfortunately. Anxiety, panic attacks, all these have become way too common. They've increased, all because of our addiction to screens. So just safeguard yourself, and that's the message I would like to give you all on this beautiful AARAMBH program today. Thank you so much.
That wonderful message. Also, standing ovation. Standing ovation.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Gives a good break also to everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
Govitrikar. Though I have another question for you, because you come from a very glamorous field as well, apart from well-being and health and being a doctor. You touched upon it, Bollywood. So I would want to ask, because it would be relevant to many of the students here, that how do you see the cultural landscape changing with the advent of Industry 4.0? Are there particular trends in media that they should be careful about, watchful about?
Absolutely. I mean, if anybody, like just a couple of days I met a friend who has a child who's about 10 years old. He said, oh, I want to be a script writer. I was like, oh my God, no, this is going to be a redundant job. It's not going to exist anymore. So it is changing, and the fear or the worry that as an actor I have is I'm going to be replaced by my version only, who's going to live forever, because today my voice can be dubbed in all languages, sounding exactly like me. There are tools that are happening which can capture my face and make videos of me. So if I die, I mean, I'm not going to die in that sense, right? However, a film will be made on a machine end to end. What am I going to do as an actor? If you want to be a director, what are you going to do? Is that even a relevant job? So in case you guys are interested in media, whether it is news reading or whether it is making content, just think it through. Ask yourself that what you do, can a machine do it? If the answer is yes, forget that profession. You can do it as a hobby, no doubt. Please continue, because you have to develop hobbies as well. But just ask, this is a very hard-hitting question. Can I be replaced by a machine? Irrespective of whether it's Bollywood or whether it is a corporate job, right? So if you look at that, to make the film on a table, there has to be a human being. Can you be that human being who can create a film? What is then required of you? And that's where upskilling constantly comes about. As a psychologist, as a counselor, I know that there are AI tools which are being developed which will take charge of psychology. But really a human touch, and by touch I don't mean physical touch really, but when you come in contact with another human being, there is energy exchange. Can that happen with a screen? The answer is no. Yeah. Therefore, I know that as a wellness expert, I'm all right. As an actor, however, it's a question mark. Yeah, but till then I'll keep acting, no problem.
Thank you so much, Dr. Govitrikar. Thank you. And now, Dr. Sri Kumar Pillai, Professor of Marketing, zara dhyan deke suniyega. The rapidness of advancement in this blend of tech, process, sales, nature of product and services, etc., demand a more proactive response from the educational sector, right? So keeping preparations on the education sector alongside, how should students approach this and to what extent? Can you check his mic, please?
Check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I think. Can I use this? Okay. So after so much of brilliant ideas and also a lot of wisdom, I would like to make this a kind of message for students, because we are seeing a very important topic which is going to motivate students. So for me, Industry 4 came a little early, because I was already in model building for, as a consultant. But it's a very relevant position for us to discuss how we can motivate students. So in real life, if you look at the industry, there are two stages. One is enabling Industry 4, and the other is empowering. So enabling is investments, bringing in all the ideas, talking about the ideas, putting it into action by having the computers. But any computer is there, we will have to have good people to work it. So empowering is something which we have to look at. And I still remember when I was a student very long time back in 70s, I'm very old. So what happens is we had a good picture of John F. Kennedy sitting in his president's office, and his table says the buck stops here. So people are passing the buck, but the American president has no further place to pass the buck. So what we feel is that we are the people who empower the next generation, schools, colleges. So what we have to do is proactiveness has been here. See, if you take the case of Thapar University, we are the first university to invest in artificial supercomputer. We have spent 85 crores, installed a computer, but we don't have anybody to work it yet. So what happens is we went into ACT. We have this art, cognitive technology department. It's a center of excellence, which is based on all kinds of artificial intelligence, machine learning. But still we don't have enough people. So what I am going to say is, you are the last, you have to say that the buck stops here. No further people to go. You are the first generation to come out of the COVID, the lax education system. These are the first batch, ma'am, who have come out from a normal college. Okay, so they have had their 3 years of good graduation. So we are seeing this, they are tremendously different from the previous two batches. We see a lot of energy, a lot of initiative. And the good thing with artificial intelligence is that artificial intelligence is moving to the next stage, which is called Industry 5, which is having the right people, coupling the human element with machines. So the accent is on more humanistic values. So you have to understand that artificial intelligence is making machines to think. and to convert these learning into future action. It is predictive. But artificial intelligence yet does not have a value system. So it just takes optimization. So we have to see that when artificial intelligence develops, it is in line with our ethics, our social ethics, our legal ethics, and our personal ethics. So you have a lot of things to learn. I think it's going to be exciting. Artificial intelligence was always there, but we never allowed machines to make their own decisions. We are now enabling it. See, if you look at Bible, it happened. See, God said, do not make your own decisions. Do not eat from the... So the people were created like computers. But now we are enabling it. It's the same thing what happened in Garden of Eden. If we are giving the... enabling the computers to make their own decisions, we better be also having enough intelligence to teach them ethics. Because optimization is not always good. So what I feel is that we are trying to bring in a lot of... We were already industry for, I think, all our efforts for having very highly intensive artificial intelligence, machine language, and data representation systems. We are giving certifications, workshop. So a major part of the duty of having a good artificial intelligence in place belongs to the educational industry. And also a great part of it belongs to students to come out of their comfort zone. There are questions, do I have to do coding? No, coding is coming down. Machines are doing the coding themselves. So what happens is the students should come out of their comfort zone and not look at look back, but take forward leap, come out of the comfort zone, learn things that are new to you, be adaptable. But I think the future is going to be this generation, which is coming into the postgraduate stage, would be the drivers of not only Industry 4, but also Industry 5. So that is my message. I think it's a message for you also. Be motivated. Be motivated and be ready to take, as our director says, we have what is called ruthless compassion. We are not going to give you spa-like treatment, but we are going to give you extremely difficult training, which is going to give you a lot of brain muscle and a lot of motivational muscle. Okay, we are more like gym trainers, not like spa people. So as doctor, and we have what is called a very, very regulated flexibility, in the sense that we have a lot of flexibility, but once the flexibility levels are set, we are not going to make it a little more easy for them. So attendance, being passionate about your assignments, doing all your work, and also enjoying when it is there. But I think you have to, first of all, understand you are in an edge where we are moving from analysis part to an analytics parts and going to artificial intelligence. So you have a very, very important role in history, this generation. Okay, so that is my message. And I have nothing more to add because we are heard so much of great speeches, so I don't want to spoil the
No, thank you so
with
much.
a very ordinary speech. Okay?
Thank you so much, Dr. Pillai. No, you gave us a lot of confidence and hope that at the end of the day, machines will be machines and human being, this machine is always going to be the superior one. Mr. Singh also wants to add something, and then Major Shah also wants to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hello. One thing I forget to tell, or you see, the future is of two types. One is virtual and other is real. Most of our life will dwindle between the virtuality and the physicality. Virtual world is like, there are two types of words, positive virtual world and the negative virtual world. Negative virtual world is a dark word, the deep fake, because we are living in an area of post-truth, where truth can't be found. It's the post-era. Everything is post. It's the post-structuralism, post-modernity, post-humanism. So we are living in a post-era where everything is over. This new thing is emerging. And our life is half between the virtuality and other half is in physicality. So how we can decide what is right and wrong? There are two words which we have to remember: morality and ethics, value system. Morality is a personal. Like I am a Sikh, I do Nitnem in the morning, I go to Gurdwara, I keep my beard, all things. These are the morality, sadachar जिसको कहते हैं, sadachar. Ethics are a collective, social collective value system, where everything comes down in that realm. So, the only thing driving engine for the future is ethics and value system. Artificial intelligence and all these tools related to it can be used both negatively and both positively. How we convert them into the positivity to make our more, to help us to enhance our competencies, to enhance our capacities of knowledge. This is the challenge. And every time, every minute you have to go through this test when you are working on these platforms, whether I am working it for the positive thing or it's for this. The people who are using deep fake, doing deep fake, they are also using artificial intelligence. Ma'am said in the future machine can make films. I have listened the artificial intelligence song of the people who have passed away in 60s and they are now singing. But can we call it a music? If it is soothing us, it is giving us a pleasure, it's okay. But if it is distracting us from a right path, then it is a crime. So we have to make a distinction between the morality, the ethics and value system for the right use of these tools. And these challenges are always there. I will tell you, like very small example I can give you. The First World War was, you can bear with me, sir. Yes. The First World War was fought by the nations who were having powerful artillery. The Second World War was used who were having the powerful air power. And the Third War, which has happened, but we don't know. It is by the social media. The social media has devastated many countries, many nations by the powers of the world. So, the future is power, but how you can use this power for the positive world. ये जिसको गुरु नानक साहब ने कहा है, धौल धर्म दया का पूत, संतोख राख रख्या जिन सूत, के इस धरती के नीचे एक बहुत बड़ा ऑक्स बैल खड़ा है जिसने पूरी धरती को थामा हुआ है और वो दया का है. दया मीन्स एम्पैथी, सिंपैथी, और उसका जो बेस है वो संतोख है, सेटिस्फेक्शन है. So these are the value system we have to inculcate in our imbibe ourselves when we will operate in this corporate world, which is, I don't know which the future, which word can be coined for that. So these are the challenges in front of us. Thank you very much.
Yes, Major Shah, you wanted to add something.
Thank you. And I would like to say one thing they teach us in the army when we are training over there. It's not the machine. It is the man behind the machine. Like we are given weapons. So how well we are equipped and trained to handle those weapons. You saw on 27th February 2019, I'm sure you all saw it. We saw Wing that time Wing Commander, now Group Captain, Abhinandan Vartaman, was flying a MiG-21 Bison aircraft, which is a vintage aircraft. Crash landed into Pakistan, but yet the way he handled himself. You saw his conduct. All he said was, I am not supposed to tell you that. So look at the way he was trained. That's the way soldiers are trained. Now, secondly, Aditi mentioned about you can be replaced by a machine, and she's so right. There was a time when I was a small child, they would make movies, they would show us films with, manually it used to be handled. Remember that? Now you have digitized movies, you have Netflix, you have Amazon, you have whatnot coming up. And we would rewind a song which we like with an audio.
Yes.
Rewind, play. And now you can just go on one click, cut, YouTube. You don't. And photographs, hard copies, the value of it in a family album. Now you just click a photograph, you don't like it, delete it. There's no value left anymore. But I would like to leave you all with one small poem with your permission.
Please.
There's a letter which Abraham Lincoln wrote to his son's teacher, where his son was starting school, since you all would be starting the business school over here. So I think it's a great lesson in life. So Abraham Lincoln wrote, "My son starts school today. It is all going to be strange and new to him for a while, and I wish you would treat him gently. It's an adventure that might take him across continents, all adventures that probably include wars, tragedy, and sorrow. So, dear teacher, will you please take him by his hand and teach him things he will have to know. Teaching him, but gently if you can. Teach him that for every enemy, there's a friend. He will have to know that all men are not just, all men are not true, but for every scoundrel, there's a hero. For every crooked politician, there is a dedicated leader. Teach him that 10 cents earned is of far more value than a dollar found. In school, teacher, it is far more honorable to fail than to cheat. Teach him how to gracefully lose and to enjoy winning when he does win. Teach him there's no shame in tears. Teach him there can be glory in failure and despair in success. Try to give my son the strength not to follow the crowd when everyone else is doing it. Teach him the wonder of books. But also give him quiet time to ponder about the extreme. You're a teacher, but see what best you can do. He is such a nice little boy, and he is my son. My daughter also, I would say that. Well, otherwise, it should not be no gender bias. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing this beautiful poem. What a beautiful way to end this conversation. Thank you so much. You've left us with such a warm feeling inside our heart and stomachs. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. What insightful session we had. Wasn't it really, really invigorating in a way and re-energizing sort of, isn't it? But why are you sounding so lazy and dull? Can we have a huge round of applause for our guests, our panelists here? See, it is the simple most way of us telling them how happy and how grateful we are for them sharing such awesome experiences, awesome life experiences, and they've made your, I'm sure, life easier when you are getting into your session now. So we should really applaud and congratulate and thank them, and the best we can do is applaud them by clapping for them. Thank you so much. And as we move on towards the last session of the evening, please join me in welcoming our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Rajiv Kumar Mahajan. During a decorated career of close to 4 decades in multifaceted roles in a dozen of organizations, including the UN, the United Nations, the Indian Air Force, Ministry of Defense, and at National Research Foundation of DST, Dr. Rajiv Mahajan has served at apex levels and been a driving force in game-changing initiatives that transform the country's profile and capabilities. His remarkable contributions have been awarded by the Air Force, the United Nations, and have recently been acknowledged by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Warm-hearted and impact man are only a few words that define Dr. Rajiv Kumar Mahajan. Huge round of applause. as we welcome on stage Professor Rajiv Kumar Mahajan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't hear. Wonderful. So I was told that here is very dynamic and vibrant class of 2024. And let's see how this dynamism goes in next half an hour or so. Are you okay with next half an hour? So I've been given a difficult task to sum up, initially what has been spoken. I mean, they're stalwarts, They're stalwarts who have spoken in length, and they have deep knowledge on the, subject and how they related very well with their own institution, own organization, own discipline. This was really mesmerizing for me too. But since I have been given this task, whether it is Sandeep, Charan, Ankit, Manmohan Singh ji, Major Saab, the dynamic man around, Aditi ji, and Dr. Pillai, I think the whole thing, what we were talking about, is that technology per se is changing too fast. Faster than anybody could have thought of. The shelf life of the technology is not even 2 years today. About 10 years ago, it was at least 5 years. And this is the biggest challenge, not only for the leaders, for the technocrats, but importantly for the managers of tomorrow like you. So if this is the case, what we are talking about, Industrial Revolution 4, how many of you know about Industrial Revolution 1? Can anybody from the audience say? What was Industrial Revolution 1? What was it about? Yes? Pardon? Steam engine, right? What was the second one? Wonderful. And third one? Computers, automation. And here we talk about, Industrial Revolution 4. Are you even aware, most of you, if you have really looked around yourself, people were talking, wonderful thing which happened today was more and more emphasis was given on awareness, awareness, and awareness. Are you really aware and conscious about the environment in which you are living? Are you even aware that Industrial Revolution 4 is one thing which is happening, and what we are discussing today, Industrial Revolution 5 is happening simultaneously, and Industrial Revolution 6 is happening simultaneously. What is Industrial Revolution 6 is about? Anybody from the audience, the young audience? What is 6 about? It's happening. The research is happening at a very intense phase. Quantum computing, quantum technology. Have you heard about this? And nanotechnology. They are going to make life further easier for the classical computers to be replaced by quantum computers over a period of time. So coming back to what was said today, and I agree with some of my friends like Manmohan Singh ji. I am also from a vintage man like you, vintage era like you, and perhaps you said 1987 you were born into the service. So I am also 1987 cadre of Indian Air Force. So coming back to what I am going to talk about, when I say vintage era, I am from an era where we talked about kerosene oil, stoves. I was born in that kind of family, right? I was a very timid boy, shy, absolutely, no limelight, to that extent that you can't even think about the kind of financial background I had actually. So what I'm trying to say, the communication, 1987, my first girlfriend, and perhaps later turned into wife, I used to write letters to her. And those postcards or letters sometime will not even reach. I'm from that era. And there was a palpitation whether this letter will reach or not. And today you are in the mobile era where you just pick up the phone and talk to your boyfriend or girlfriend. You are in an era where we are talking about IP phone. You are in an era where we are talking about satellite phones. So the technology is changing at a much faster pace than we can even think about. So as a leaders of tomorrow, what message was being given by my friends that you need to start preparing yourself for this technology as a manager of tomorrow. Unless you look around, I think the beautiful example was given by my friend from Hyderabad, Charan, where he said that this whole learning is not about putting 4 internships on your resume or CV. The whole learning is that how do you actually do this internship? I really quote sometime my boy who graduated as a mechanical engineer from NSUT Delhi, and rather than joining one of the big 4 where he was supposed to be placed, he suddenly surprised me. He said, Dad, I'm going to ETH Zurich, Switzerland to pursue my research interests. Are you okay with it? I didn't even react actually. He said, fine. And last 1 year, he has been to 4 countries only on his research journey. And now to MS in US in a very great university, CMU. And that MS is in the same subject what we are talking about, AML. Am I trying to blow my trumpet? No, what I'm trying to say that this man, rather than getting into the package deal, 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, etc., he thought of pursuing his dreams, what he wanted to be. At least for next 1 year, he wanted to be a researcher, see the industry around, made his base, Germany, Belgium, Singapore. He kept on getting chances and organized chances, no cold calls, right? And he's not a great, brilliant man actually, just sheer hard work. Coming back to what I'm going to say is that people say that idea can change life. It's a very myopic view. I feel that idea can really change generations. You remember sewing machine? What sewing machine did to us? When was it? When was it born? Any idea from the audience? When was it born? 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago? You know what was the biggest revolution of this sewing machine? It actually changed the way we dressed. It changed the fashion industry. It changed the garment industry. And most importantly, it influenced the role and status of the women all over the world. So this idea actually changed the world. So what idea you are getting here in terms of Industrial Revolution 4, it also talks about, today this discussion talks about, start thinking about ideas, start being creative, start being aware. And when I say ideation is the first blocking, blocking thing for to create something very, very innovative. And when I say so, I made another note of mine while I was going through this, wonderful discussion. And I realized that machine learning algorithms are going to be the way, whether it is in the banking sector or the manufacturing sector. And why they are going to be the way? Because they are going to create the next stage of decision making. But what is more important, that these machine algorithms are going to be so capable, even today some of the machine algorithms are so capable that they are ready to predict the failure of machines at an average accuracy of about 92%. We are in an era where we are talking about AML. AI is going to generate, the economic potential of AI has been assessed by many organizations, and it is said that almost 500 US dollar, 500 billion US dollar is the economy which is going to be contributing in the country, in India, when it comes to AI. And you know how much it is? It is almost 10% of the 7 trillion economy we are targeting in future for us, actually. So this is the importance of AML. This is the importance of Industrial Revolution 4. So not only you need to be gearing up for this, to be aware of this, you need to develop these skills. My boy, by choice, he didn't take subject of computers in 11th and 12th. By choice, he didn't join computer engineering branch. He could have got in any of the, many, good organizations, good institutes, including Thapar, was offering computers, but he chose mechanical engineering by choice. And within 1 year, what happened? All his interests got realigned now. He started talking about AML, and how he trained himself. And what I suggest, not only he is an example actually. Next 3 years was only AML. And what I suggest next 2 years, your skills, my friend from banking sector said, unless your skills are matching with the requirement of the job, why as a fresher, as an MBA, your skills needs to be matched, matching. I will put it today, whether in Adobe, Microsoft, any big company, some of these, friends of mine who are in these companies, let me tell you, their biggest fear during any crisis, whether middle level or senior level managers, their own, who are employed already in organizations like this, their biggest fear is that unless and until they catch up with something like AML, something like new technology, data analytics, they are not going to be relevant in the company. If they are not going to be relevant in the company is going to start doing the scrutiny and taking them out also. I will end this discussion here with only one message finally, which has been given to you, all of you, and perhaps this message will flow through my presentation also. This message is, in whatever environment you are, now you're in an environment for next 2 years here, please be conscious. I'm not saying be cautious. Whatever statements have been given, whatever advice, gyan has been given to you, don't be cautious about this gyan. Start becoming conscious about the immediate environment of yours. That's the trick, actually. Thank you. Can you switch off these lights? Not the lights at the back. Only stage lights, please. Otherwise, the people in the rear are going to be in nirvana state in another half an hour or so. Can you hear me? No, yes. Can you hear me, young lady? Fine? Okay. So whatever has been spoken today as far as the Industrial Revolution is concerned, Industrial Revolution 4.0, the whole thing today was what? About balance in the life. And what is this, what I'm talking about, balance in the wellness wheel? My friend Dr. Aditi speaks very well on those points. I mean, there is so much of learning from my friends on the, I've made some nice notes for me actually. So this balance which I talk about, and how can this balance go off suddenly? Can you hear me at the back? Because I can't hear myself. Okay, wonderful. So can you see some of the things which are, oh, what happened? Can somebody guide me how to operate this? There's no pointer here? This forward, okay. So there is no pointer. This is a pointer. Center one is a pointer. So can you see this? all these factors, how this balance is going to go off in life. This balance is going to go off in the life when any of these factors in your life is going to align as a negative factor with other factors, and there will be a situation one day that it will lead to some incident or accident in life. So why get into accidents and incidents when we can protect ourselves very well as an intellectual class? What is this picture about? Everybody knows. And what was this mission about? Chandrayaan mission? What happened to this mission? This is Chandrayaan 2 or 3? Somebody said 3 also. Okay, fine. Chandrayaan 2. What happened in Chandrayaan 2? It was supposed to soft land somewhere. Was this mission a failure or a success? Pardon? Not a complete failure. Who said so? Please give him a big hand. So that's the beauty of positivity somebody was trying to create in you. That why call it failure? It couldn't accomplish the process of soft landing. It did land, but in a very hard manner, right? Now this, why this slide here? Modi ji and counseling or consoling somebody like this. I wrote purpose versus passion. Whatever you do in MBA next 2 years or so, is this purpose of life or passion of life or none? Pardon? Passion. And where is the purpose of life? So what Modi ji did on that day, was this consolation was for passion or purpose? How many people feel it was for passion? Raise your hands. Oh, still some people feel it was for purpose. How many people feel for purpose? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So ladies and gentlemen, this whole thing was for passion, not for purpose. The purpose, the objective, the goal of this mission almost was not accomplished. Outcome was not as per your choice. Am I right or not? So this consolation was for the teamwork, for the passion shown by the team, and this consolation for this passion turned into a success story within next few. Am I right or not? So please start looking at your life as a purposeful life, fine, but you should also know that you should also be able to distinguish what is purpose and what is passion. Passion could be for hobby, passion could be for a sports, passion could be for your boyfriend, girlfriend, passion could be for anything for that matter. But what I am trying to say, purpose of life is slightly different. It's a bigger purpose I am talking about. It is in the context I am talking about. So this is my famous quote, and I say, the reward for our work is not what we get, but what we. So they didn't get what they were supposed to get. The outcome was not as per the choice. But what was important, whether you have evolved as a person, whether you have become a better person than what you were earlier, that was the most important thing actually. And that is what needs to be always remembered, that this whole journey is not about what we get, but we become. Have you asked such questions to yourself ever in life? First question, I was just talking about conscious versus cautious. Are you a conscious person or a cautious person? How many of you are conscious person? दिल पर हाथ रख के बोलिए. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. अरे सभी लोग हैं. Very nice. And how many of you are cautious? Oh, wonderful. 1, 2, 3, 4. They are still very honest people. If I had to ask myself whether I'm a conscious person or a cautious person, it varies. I'm both conscious as well as cautious at times actually. Okay, but the requirement is to ask yourself this question, whether 80 to 90% of the times you try to be conscious, aware about the immediate environment around you, or you are just cautious about it. Think over it. Number 2 question, how are your relationships? That will define your work-life balance or life-work balance. Whether relationship with your mom, your dad, your teachers, your future colleagues, your peers. 5 लाइक आए नहीं और परेशानी हो गई. किसी फ्रेंड ने ऐसा बोल दिया डीपी गायब हो गई. Am I right or not? So are we actually looking into our relationships? If I ask myself, how is the strength, how is the quality of my relationships, that would decide your work-life balance. Number 3, self-care. How many of you feel that self-care is important? Ah, wow. And how many of you give some time to yourself? How many of you give 40% of your time on self-care? 40% of your time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think a lot to learn in this audience. Now onwards, if you really want to follow what I have done in my life, start giving at least 40% of your lifetime on your self-care. Now this Professor Rajesh Chakravarti is going to throw me out. Come on, man. If they give 40% on their self-care, when will they study? When will they, do anything else in life? So I have, let me tell you, I have found very well for myself, 20% only for the family, your kids. 20% only for the people who should really matter to you, your friends. 20% for organization where you work for. Rest 40% on you. And when I say 40% on you, you should have a deeper meaning of this part. The self-care means what? Self-care also means what my friends were telling you, to develop your skills. Not only intellectual skills, emotional skills, social skills somebody talked about. And that is going to be your capital where you are going to take care of that capital or capitalize on that potential of your capital or not. Lastly, resilience. How do you bounce back in terms of failures? People were talking about failures actually. How many of you bounce back in terms of failures? अच्छा डीपी कौन कौन गायब करता है? पहले हाथ खड़ा करो. On emotional crisis, who is going to remove or has at least once in life removed his or her DP? Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. A lot of honest people here. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Come on. So resilience means not only face the failures boldly, but also bounce back. So if this is the life and work balance, how do I strategize? What are the strategies for this? The first strategy is self-reliance. See, post-COVID, what has happened? I personally feel that self-reliance is at all-time high. Post-COVID, self-reliance is at all-time high, whether it is your colleagues, whether it is your family members, whether it is your anybody around. Unless you are a self-reliant person, you cannot think of progressing as a leader of tomorrow. Number 2, family. Family's definition has completely transformed once again post-COVID. Can't you think of that somebody having empathy, somebody having support, somebody having really, everything for you, who was not even known, who was a stranger for you? Do you agree? Did this happen? We lost our lot of lives during that phase actually of COVID, particularly during the second phase. Don't you think forget about families or friends, the strangers, the acquaintances came to your rescue to help you in this crisis actually. To overcome your fears, we'll talk about it. Establish your boundaries. Why should your external environment disturb you internally so much that you remove your DPs at times? I really wonder. Or you block somebody in the communication. How many of you are blocked? Sabhi honge. A to Z सभी लोग होंगे, हैं कुछ है exceptions हैं, very nice. And lastly, fitness and nutrition. It is very important that you give importance to fitness as well as nutrition. What is the picture about? Who is this man? अरे ये कौन है आगे जो भाग रहा है? डॉक्टर राजीव महाजन, राइट? और उसके पीछे कौन भाग रहे हैं? So if I have to ask you to write a story on this picture, what is the story you will have in mind? Anybody from the audience? Is this picture about blowing my trumpet here? That saying, oh, देखो मैं सबसे तेज भाग रहा हूँ. Or something else? What is this about? Yes. Oh, तो मेरा काम हो गया, अब क्या करूँ? Thank you. Anyway, give a big hands. Anybody else about this picture? You are the? Okay, give him a big hand. Somebody else. Somebody else here. Oh, anybody else? No. Oh my God, okay. Okay, anyway, you can give all 3 cheers to yourself. Give a big hand. But this picture is, to my perception, this picture is not very old even. Just about 10 days old, maximum 15 days old. No, 15 days, ज़्यादा हो गया. 21st June picture actually, where I had gone to conduct some yoga workshop. And this picture is about group dynamics. That how group can do wonders. And this is the lesson which you should take from here. Whatever people told you till now, people talked about your self-awareness, your self-consciousness, that how you should train yourself, how should improve your skills. How will it happen actually? I will show you. So these are some lessons from the sports actually. And I remember one of my basketball coach when we were in 11th. And that basketball coach was not our organized coach. He was just one among us who became our coach. He gave 3 lessons, right? Can you believe that one of my friends from Adobe, he attended a lecture of Pulela Gopichand. Who is this gentleman? Absolutely. He attended his talk in Adobe company. And when he is my running partner also in the evening, and when we shared these 3 lessons of Gopi Chand, I was really amazed to that extent that I wrote a LinkedIn post itself next day. And you know what are the 3 lessons? Number 1, to reverse aging. And why reverse aging? To control your anxiety. How many of you remain in anxiety, including my son? Yes. धीरे-धीरे उठा लो यार थोड़ा सा. Please help me. Okay, कुछ लोग हैं जो एंग्जाइटी में नहीं रहते हैं. To reverse your anxiety, to reverse your age at least by 10 years, to feel youthful, it is very important that you should start looking into a group activity. Difficult? And group means 2 people. You need not have a great group. More the merrier, but you need to have a group activity. Very important. And I generally refer it as physical health. Number 2, survival and bounce back. Do you think any ground, rather than a sports field ground, can teach you this? How to, take failures, accept the failures, and again, move on to the next game of life actually. Am I right? Nobody can teach you. And this I call it mental health. If you are not into any group activity, please start looking into it. The third one, sharing is caring. Parents समझाते हैं, spiritual guru समाज समझाते हैं, लेकिन आपकी जनरेशन को जनरली लोग क्या लेबल देते हैं? बहुत ही सेल्फ सेंटर्ड जनरेशन है, ऐसे बोलते हैं ना? Am I right? मैं नहीं मानता हूँ, उसका भी कारण बताऊंगा. मैं नहीं मानता हूँ कि आपकी जनरेशन सेल्फ सेंटर्ड है. आपकी जनरेशन बहुत ही क्लियर है, कैंडिड है. And your generation, let me tell you, is a generation whose integrity is the highest till today. If I compare my generation, सोचने कुछ है, कथनी कुछ है और करनी कुछ है. There is a huge difference between sochni, kathni and karni. And you people suddenly, bluntly, candidly surprise your parents, surprise your teachers. Be prepared. They are the gang actually, okay? They are going to ask you very interesting question. When you talk about questions, we were talking about idea, right? And idea can change your life. And I said it is just a myopic view. I will put it, don't stop questions just because somebody perceives, feels, and tells you that it is a stupid question. No questions are stupid. No answers are even stupid for that matter, actually, right? Unless you ask questions, somebody was saying, unless you ask questions to yourself, things would not work for you to be a creative person to handle even artificial intelligence of tomorrow. Coming back to sharing is caring, actually. Are you getting me? Sharing is caring. You are not a self-centered generation. Why? Because your integrity is so high that people cannot absorb it. आप बड़ी आसानी से कह देते हो सब कुछ और सबको लगता है कि कैसा बदतमीज है ये, right? So it is problem of my generation that they are not accepting you the way they are. Okay, so feel proud of you. This movement was started when death was all around. 31st July 2021 we celebrated 40 days. हिंदू माइथोलॉजी में ऐसा कहना है कि जो चीज आप 40 दिन कर लेते हो वो आपका जीवन का हिस्सा बन जाता है, डीएनए का पार्ट हो जाता है. Are you with me? So we celebrated this against all the police warnings. We used to do not only running, bicycling, and in the evening of Saturday, we used to assemble for a family session actually. Why I'm sharing you within 40 days, we not only created a group in a society where only death was happening around. We created logo of this, and these beautiful people created this movie also out of this actually. This is not my creation actually. They gifted this movie to me. This RRR, Run, Ride and Relive. Can anybody among you raise his hand and say, as a volunteer, I will walk to the office of Rajesh Chakravarti ji and say, sir, let me create this kind of movement in our campus. Anybody? Volunteer. Wonderful. Give her a big hand. What's a good name? Wonderful, wonderful. So the journey continues as far as this is concerned. Some real stories, to tell you. आप तो बिल्कुल साबुत आदमी हो, साबुत लड़कियां हो, साबुत लड़के हो, साबुत समझते हो 100%. Okay, most of us, right, bearing 1 or 2% of us who will have some kind of handicaps, in terms of whatever handicaps we have. Look at this man. You know what this man was born with? Scoliosis. What is scoliosis? Exactly. Where your spine curvature itself is not good enough to walk properly. Here is a man who just defied everything. And he went on to break world record in the 100 meter and 200 meter sprints. कर सकते हैं हम? छोटी सी चीज है? Okay. आप बोलोगे सर क्या फिरंगी लोगों की फोटो दिखा रहे हो? It's there? नाम सुना है? कितने लोगों ने सुना है? Wonderful. इनका भी सुना है? Yes, no? इनका तो पक्का सुना होगा, मूवी भी बन गई. कौन थी हीरोइन? And Saina Nehwal? All had some handicaps. चाहे इमोशनल हैंडीकैप था, फिजिकल हैंडीकैप था, या इकोनॉमिकल हैंडीकैप था. आर यू अवेयर दैट फादर ऑफ विजेंद्र सिंह वाज व्हाट? A bus driver, right? It was very difficult for him to get money for his coaching also.
जब हम छोटे थे उस टाइम तो नवंबर में बहुत ज़्यादा ठंड हो तो उस टाइम बर्फ़ पड़ने शुरू हो जाती थी, बहुत ज़्यादा बर्फ़ था. उसके बाद अब देखो लास्ट 15 ईयर्स अबाउट नियरली 20 ईयर्स यू कैन से बहुत कम मतलब बर्फ़ हो रही है. बर्फ़ होती थी तो जनवरी में होती थी, तो पहले ज़्यादा नहीं होती थी बारिश, बर्फ़ बहुत ज़्यादा होती थी. अब ऐसा है कि बारिश भी हो रही है, वो बर्फ़ कम हो रही है. पानी का तो बहुत मतलब दिक्कत हो रही है. जैसे बर्फ़ कम हो रही थी, आपको जो वाटर रिसोर्सेज हैं, स्प्रिंग वाटर वगैरह हैं, वो सारा मतलब कम होना शुरू हो गया है. तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि बहुत चेंजेस आई है इन्वायरमेंट में.
many years that I've been here, I've seen a huge change in the climate as well. There are villages that are now totally, they've run out of drinking water. If you have a bad year, you don't have snowfall, a lot of the villages run out of drinking water.
Public transport, use cycle, whichever means you find okay. But at least think about what you're leaving for us with. I mean, I have a 9-month-old boy, and I would like him to be an outdoors person. I'd like him to be able to see all of this. And the way we are going right now, I wonder if we would actually be left with this 10 years down the line.
रोका भी जा सकता है अगर हम आज की डेट में सीरियस हो जाए तो। अगर उसके बाद अभी 10 साल और हम वेट करेंगे तो फिर तो काफ़ी नुकसान हो जाएगा जी।
This movie, once again, is not to blow my trumpet, but tell you that I was out of 7 leaders of the industry when they say I was the only government officer, rest all were CXOs of the corporate world, and they were chosen by a company in Singapore based on their professional profile as well as adventure and sports profile. I was the senior most out of them and obviously became a leader out of them, but the least qualified to an extent, they were all having about 6 to 7 expeditions at their back. And the youngest guy was Nile, whom you saw speaking. He was 36-year-old man, and the oldest among them, rest of the 6 was 44. And I did this expedition at 58 years of age. And I was not sure whether I should be going about it or not. The question is about learning. Somebody said, life is a long learning process. And one of my coach said, Sarji, aap kar loge. You will be able to push. What did I achieve out of this? Was it carbon footprint? Was it something else? I think it was sense of accomplishment. It was everything. It was a feeling that at 58 also you are relevant, you are learning, and you want to be robust as much as a youngster actually. Are you with me? I didn't hear. Yes, sir. This slide is to tell you, some people ask me generally a question, sir, I am a gymmer, very regularly I go to gym, I go to outdoor, I do this, I do that. I strongly advise you, based on my experience of last 20 years, you cannot sustain any sports, any adventure, any kind of gymming activity, any kind of outdoor running even, unless you complement it very well with something known as Hatha Yoga. Last 20 years. My friends, Dr. Friend, I think she's not here. I will give you a story from my own life about 20 years ago, my better half had RA factor positive. And not only me, she is also a very avid yoga practitioner actually. Her RA factor positive means her body is acting against the body itself. The immune system is absolutely gone. And it results into what? It results into arthritis. And that kind of arthritis, we call it rheumatoid arthritis, where your small joints really go off. Can you believe, courtesy these yoga practices, which we learned formally, not through a YouTube, not through a YouTube, formally. उस time ऐसे YouTube होता भी नहीं था, right? Okay. Formally, under a guru, under a system, within 1 year of this training, my better half's RA factor became negative. Can you believe this? I mean, no scientist, no person from the medical industry is going to accept this. So what we did, when we got this test done, he said, no, ये बकवास है, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता. RA factor positive means वो positive ही रहेगा सारी जिंदगी. It's a lifelong disease. So we went to another 3 labs across the country, still negative. Another 3 years, another test, negative. Another 5 years, another test, negative. And we kept on doing this test, being cautious for another 10 years. Now no more tests. So this is the beauty of yoga. Unless you complement it, और इसके लिए किसी की जरूरत नहीं है, ग्रुप की जरूरत नहीं है, but at the same time somebody has taken a volunteering role. Let me tell you, any yoga activity done in group has a different meaning, and the same meaning is applicable to the group dynamics of the sports. So this is what I do every day, these monkey tricks in the morning. So I spend about 1 hour, 10 minutes in the morning, 1 hour in the evening for running, and then meditation and all that action. कैसे निकालता राजीव महाजन? 2.5 घंटा कैसे निकाल लेता? मजाक कर रहे हो क्या? निकालता हूँ. Because I believe in self-care. And I give a break to myself. Monday to Friday I do this. Saturday, Sunday I do some more. You know, something different than yoga. I don't even touch my yoga regime. Because ऐसा कहा गया है, और साइकोलॉजी ऐसे कहती है, कोई भी चीज़ आप डेली करेंगे, वो थोड़ी मुंडेन हो जाती है, बोरियत हो जाती है actually, right? So this is how I give change to myself. Now I'm coming to a very important aspect of yours. What was this about? Oh, this is the last part of this presentation. ज्ञान तो बहुत हो गया सर, आपने impression भी जमा दिया, but how do I walk the talk of a great leader? Managers are leaders or leaders are managers? Managers are leaders or leaders are managers? So what are managers? तुम तो management सीखने आए हो. सोचने की जरूरत है इसके बारे में. Your biggest fear is what? Out of this, first fear, death. कौन लोग death से डरते हैं actually? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. वो तो आनी है भाई. Okay. Failure. How many of you are fearful of failures? Or anxiety रहता है failure के लिए. And how many of you are having fear of being labeled? अरे ये तो I will be labeled, like this. How many of you? Many of you. Am I right? All these fears are, problem, but let me tell you, many of these fears can be overcome. But what is of most significance, which is not on the slide, is fear of uncertainty in mind, which causes you anxiety. So another caution to you is that start overcoming this fear of uncertainty. And how will you overcome this fear of uncertainty? Stop doing procrastination in life. जो चीज आज करनी है अब कर. सुना है ना वो? The moment you do any procrastination, the fear of uncertainty will keep on rising. You will be joining some profession and there will be some incidents, some problems, etc., etc. And I feel these are all occupational hazards. So you need to develop next 2 years the courage of conviction. What is courage of conviction? Which you already have. That integrity is very high. जब आपको कोई नहीं देख रहा होता तो भी आप सच बोल सकते हो. बोलते हो? Most of you belong to that generation. So courage of conviction means develop that trait in you next 2 years, that you will live up to your integrity. Whatever professional traits you develop in life, my friend Manmohan Singh ji will agree with me, with so much of service in government, other sectors, answer is people. Whatever professional traits, whatever professional acumen answer is people, that human capital actually. So unless and until you get married to the new organization which you are going to join after 2 years, you will not be able to capitalize this. Do you think that if you just follow the first two principles, you all have the ability to be a brand? You are all brand. Unless you follow the two principles. If you are fearful about accidents, incidents, you will walk like an accident only. You will act like an accident only. You need to develop 3 hobbies, I believe. One to keep you creative, one to keep you in shape, and one to make you money. And the best thing that could happen is your hobby should become your profession. Possible? Start thinking in these terms. Your hobby should become profession so that usse mohabbat ho jaye tumhare. You will all be successful, let me tell you. You are at an institute where you will be successful, but develop appetite for being successful. आसान नहीं है सक्सेस, उसको एब्जॉर्व करना आसान नहीं है. ये गुलजार साहब ने क्या बोला था? What did they say? हवा को भी गुमान था अपनी आजादी पर किसी ने उसको भी, तुमको भी बेच देगा कोई ऐसे. जिस दिन तुम्हारे अंदर ये माइंड में आ जाएगा कि आई एम द बेस्ट. टुडे एट दिस एज, at 62 running, let me tell you, those trainees, I'm in the space of mentoring the Indian Civil Services aspirants, and I've done about 1,500 plus mentees actually who have cleared prelims and mains. You know, what is the biggest thing that has happened in last 12 years to me? It is not their training who have made it to IPS and IAS. It is my learning. Let me tell you, I have learned a lot from your generation. Wonderfully. So unless you develop this attitude of learning and learning throughout life, it will not happen. Oh, this slide is very important. कितने लोगों ने सुना है मैस्लो थ्योरी, हायरार्की ऑफ नीड्स? हाँ, सबने सुना है. ठीक है, सबको पता है, पढ़ाया होगा बिजनेस, राइट? व्हाट इज द थ्योरी अबाउट? थ्योरी क्या कहती है? What is the psychological need? Breathing, food, water, sex, sleep, right? And the self-esteem needs of confidence, achievement, respect for others, self-actualization, morality, creativity. But your generation, wonderfully, has transformed theory of Maslow into Maslow 2. Your physiological needs start from full battery, great Wi-Fi connection, laptop, मोबाइल अच्छा होना चाहिए, आईफोन तो होना ही चाहिए मिनिमम, राइट? एंड एक अच्छा नेटवर्क. दीज आर योर फिजियोलॉजिकल नीड्स. देन बिलोंगिंग एंड लव, फेसबुक. एस्टीम नीड्स, इंस्टा. एंड सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन नीड्स 1 million followers on YouTube. Am I right? Right or not? Am I talking like your parents? No, I'm not suggesting you stop all this. Not at all. Bhai, you are a generation whose first quality is, best quality is integrity. The second quality is multi-skilling, multitasking. अरे 6 काम कर लेता है मेरा बेटा एक साथ में 6, तुम भी करते होगे पक्का 6 काम. Am I right? हमारे में नहीं है भाई वो कैपेसिटी, हमारी जनरेशन में नहीं है. And I really salute you. But what I'm trying to say is slightly different. I'm not trying to say stop all this, Maslow theory. 2, I'm just trying to suggest, look back that what is important for you at this stage. अगर मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ इस टाइम, तो मैं सिर्फ खाना ही खाऊं. थोड़ा सा ब्रेक देने की जरूरत है. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि your whole this thing is consumed by, your existence itself is consumed by your Maslow 2. That is where I have written, do you really need external validation? I think majority of you needs external validation. So this is the third part of your whole quality, I would say quality or disquality, Start overcoming this and you will be a great person. So I would say be spiritually attractive rather than online attractive. है 5 लाइक कम ज़्यादा उसने कमेंट नहीं किया इसने कमेंट नहीं किया इज इट इम्पोर्टेंट और नॉट फिर भी करते हो भाई एंड व्हाट इज इम्पोर्टेंट somebody volunteered see there is a person among you volunteered अब तो इसकी गई right she is going to be standing in front of you are under no obligation to be the same person you were a year, month or even 15 minutes ago. You have the right to. तो जब आप यहाँ से जाएं तो सोचिएगा कि क्या मेरे को चेंज होने की ज़रूरत है with respect to those questions. Am I having a life work balance? अभी भी तो वर्क कर रहे हो किसी टाइप का कोई तो वर्क कर रहे हो कि नहीं right? The study is a work for you. Am I having a life work balance based on those 4 factors I told you? If not, then you need to perhaps change. We can change at any time. This is my famous saying which I generally quote everywhere. ये सफर बड़े आदमी बनने का नहीं है, इंसान बनने का भी है, आदमी बनने का भी है, right? Package. Everything cannot be packaged for you. This is the last part of the book. My limited aim was to sow this seed in your minds today. Thank you. I am available with you throughout your life journey on pro bono basis. I don't charge anything.
Thank you so much, Professor Mahajan. आपको भी मेरी तरह लग रहा था कि ये सेशन एंड ही ना हो और हम सुनते जाएं. It was so beautiful and so interactive. Thank you so much for motivating all of us. Thank you so much, Professor Mahajan. Huge round of applause for Professor Mahajan. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we come to the end of this insightful sessions, Industry 4.0, I'd like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to our all esteemed guests, panelists. Through your expertise, experience, wisdom, and profound understanding of Industry 4.0, you've provided us with invaluable insights that will undoubtedly guide our future endeavors. We appreciate the time and effort you've dedicated for these sessions. Thank you so much. All the guests, thank you so much. And all of you, thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much. This is your host, Misha Bajwa Chaudhary, signing off. Enjoy the rest of the evening. And may I please also request our esteemed guests to join us for dinner. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the evening.